And the pot calls the kettle black, calls the kettle burnt, calls her mad. Kettle reminds the pot that we both been burned on the same stove, that the parts of our bodies that are layered in soot were scorched by the same hands. Kettle tells pot that she still boils water, holds the hot breath of a white man's tongue, endures the slow simmer of a white woman's allyship, and still we make something beautiful. Pot calls the kettle wicked, and kettle says no, but says she's so magical she burned the hand of the last man who tried to pour himself a piece of her. Says she's so black she is everything, so black she is the beginning. She is the first thing someone finds home in when they wake up in the morning. Says ain't that what it means to be black? To have the world go up in flames around you and still be sanctuary for someone, saving men who lost themselves the night before, saving men who curse our names but forget his mama is made of steel too. And now the pot has no words but calls the kettle bitter, but loves the glass pan, the fine china, loves all the exotic shit white men put behind glass casings, loves how fragile things not made of steel can be. But this isn't about the pot or the pan. This is about the kettle, the black woman, how she pours herself across the earth, but no one bats an eye when the water disappears. We give ourselves to men who never love us, but they say we are difficult, too hard to break. How we, the kettle, praise this pot, this man for all the water he holds. How we are the only ones who do not call him monster when the water boils over, because we know this heat, this white flame, hot enough to make any of us explode. We are the first ones to make noise when the world goes up in flames, but they say the earth was saved by the man who heard her scream. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says yes, but says you best remember you black too. The next time they bring a fire to your neck, they burn black bodies on the stake and the stove. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says bitch I might be, says knock if you buck, then says wipe me down. Kettle says yes my nigga, I be black, I be mad, and I boiled the last man down to his bones when he tried to test me. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says hell yes. But don't say my name as if you ain't ever been burnt too.
All right, everybody, welcome. Welcome and welcome once again to the DJ Torch and Friends Live Network. Let's get right to it.
There's a girl out there right now by the name of Lizzo, and people are encouraging her to do everything except what would save her life, which is lose weight.
No, but it's like.
And there's no man that they're doing that to. There's no man that they're out there saying, make sure when he take his shirt off, we let him feel good about his body.
You're right, but they just did with 50 Cent. You're right.
On a dating site. For women, they're the only people who have a category called big, and then they put a caveat.
The fact that there's a double standard already in the manosphere when they get followed by literally a male whore. The fact that anything's coming out of his mouth and people are listening to him already tells you what the manosphere is all about. There's nothing else to say about it. They always want to get on everybody. Oh, yeah, Lizzo need to lose weight. Dude, you need to lose bodies. You need to lose bodies. So we're starting off right off the bat with the hypocrisy and the double standard I'm talking about. I mean, think about it. This dude was a porn star. It's not a myth. And he's on here critiquing women about if they're too big or not realizing that men are right behind women by about 5% as far as the obesity rating. And then he brings up this weak argument about, well, men's body positivity. Men don't even get bothered for being out of shape. We don't. And it's ironic and ridiculous that every time I see a man that is criticizing the way either a woman looks or a woman's size, they are basically worse. The men look worse. I've seen it. They'll be laughing at a woman, ha, 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 look at her, she looks bad. And then you pull up a photo of them and it's like, you think it's the beginning of a horror movie. But yeah, let's see what the male 304 has to say.
Behind it, and beautiful. Why is this big woman called beautiful, but not slim and beautiful, medium and beautiful? It's only big and beautiful. Why are we attaching beautiful to this heavy set woman? Why? She should be able to.
How about attaching player to a dude who's really just a male 304? Player, ladies' man. So basically, him and his bad-tempered self is a double standard walking to me. Let's listen to a little bit more.
Be judged like everybody else on her beauty, regardless of her size. But because we're catering to her. Now, when you go and look at...
What are you? Oh, wait. Did he just say catering? Again. Men and even some women call over-sexualized men or promiscuous men or male 304s or male tricks, they call them players. They call them ladies' men. There's plenty of examples out there. You have to ask yourself, what he's hoping is that he doesn't, somebody like me doesn't catch his game. Dude, you need to sit down. You're a whole 304. Holding other women accountable? Dude, please. Let me break it down like this.
Let's talk about Keke Palmer's new white boyfriend. So Keke Palmer recently revealed that she's dating a white man, and some members of the Black community had a lot to say. The cis-haired Black men were embarrassing us once again with comments like this, and this, and this. What I find funny is that these men always have a lot to say about Black women dating outside their race. So where's this energy towards the Black men that do the same thing? They're always claiming that Black women are the one who have a problem with Black men dating outside their race. And it's like, what is this? Like, I remember them doing the exact same thing to Doja Cat a few months ago. And Keke is an advocate for the Black community. And she's dated Black men before, but none of that seems to matter to anybody. Take several seats and let Black women do what the hell they want to do. Cis-haired Black men, you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Boom. I mean, the thing is this. I've proven this before. And it's funny because when you show somebody their hypocrisy, they usually get furious. And it's really amazing how unhinged they get to their own hypocrisy. It's amazing. It's like, look, why are you getting so mad at the truth? You are scolding other women for being divestors while you divest. Make that work. Make that work.
Well, she acts like it. Oh. You all do. With your skinny jean wearing on any politicking, designer shoe addicted asses.
Okay, listen, you know what, King? Let me tell you. I got this.
Oh, let's take down the black man.
Oh, you think the black man has a monopoly on suffering?
Ooh.
You have no clue what black women go through, and it's probably because you can't get close to one because you're fucking whack. We deal with the same shit society heaps on you and then turn around and deal with all the shit you heap on us. So why don't you take your self-aggrandizing, overcompensating, dusty ass back to us?
I'd like to argue that pop culture says otherwise. I mean, you have your athletes' wives, your rappers' girls, and all those A-list actors. I mean, what kind of message do you think that's sending? The message is, we're not it.
You are for me. Black women are at the top of my list. There is nothing sexier than a strong, independent, confident woman. That's why I take a Tiana Taylor or a Keke Palmer over a J-Lo.
Pause. I like to say some shout outs now. But basically the bottom line is that this double standards, even as a man, is getting on my nerves. It's getting on my nerves. It's like the moral compass is damaged. In the house, Cyber Dreams. In the house, Pax. In the house, Feisty, Black, Tina. In the house, you can't get laid. In the house, a lady. In the house, Bridget, Mouton. In the house, Mercy, Mercy Me. In the house, Indiana Mom. In the house, act natural, under pressure. Under pressure. I love that jam. I do. So anyway, I think you see where I'm going with this. Is that what I mean by a moral compass, or let's call it a moral baseline, is when you complain about the behavior of somebody, my question back to you would be, compared to who? Compared to what? Nubia Gold in the house. And I say this because I'm starting to see all these critics coming up through the walls and shit. And I don't mind, constructive criticism. But there needs to be a baseline on what it's being based as. If you're saying, well, you should be doing what this shit show over here is doing, then I got a little problem. Like your show would improve if you followed these more directions, even though the whole situation is a SSS. Let's say it like that, a shiest show. Let me show you an example of what I mean right now.
All right, y'all. Anton Daniels is a YouTuber who is bragging about.
Let's go to this. One of my favorite hits of the day.
Over 8 million views, bro. I am a legend.
He's playing that Sambo role threat, and everybody want to see Sambo dance.
You want to know what's really wrong with the black community? Is that the woman is out of her purpose and she's not a helpmeet no more. She's the enemy.
He's playing that Sambo role.
She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has.
He's playing that Sambo role threat, and everybody want to see Sambo dance.
We had to build a plane while we were trying to fly it at the same time, but a lot of people look at the successes, or they look at what they think.
He's playing that Sambo role.
She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has. She's more of an enemy than anybody in history has ever been to the black community, because she's the
So if you're supporting somebody like this, you really ain't got anything to say to anybody about anything that has to do with conduct. You really don't, because this is bottom of the barrel here. I'm using him as one example, but there are many, many, many examples we can point to that people are being extremely hypocritical. If you're supporting like somebody like this dude here, but then criticizing somebody else and who gets nowhere near this type of energy, you're becoming part of the problem because you are triangulating somebody who doesn't need to be in that triangle. If you're accepting of bad behavior while being critical of somebody that you don't like their conduct, that's a problem. That's a problem. You can't support Anton Daniels, but then have a problem when a woman speaks out with the same energy. You just can't do that. And you know what's funny? If you go down a list of all the red pill superstars, they all act like this. They all act just like this.
Every person that comes in with deceit and looks to use you and then disperse of you when she's done with you.
Really, nigga?
And then she'll move on when it's all said and done, and then say, well, what about the kids? Fuck them kids and fuck that woman too.
Yep. So you heard what he said. Let's bring another red pillar into the mix.
Yeah, I will say, across the board, Black women are the lowest.
Playing that Sambo role.
She's more of an enemy than a white man.
You see where I'm going with this? So when you go into somebody's room, you need to make sure you read the room and you're calibrated. If you are coming from a location or a toxic environment and you was cool in that environment, and then you come to it, and because you disagree with somebody, you say it's all bad, then whose fault is it? I mean, how can you really be critical of somebody else if you are accepting toxicity because you respect that other person who's toxic? I hope that makes sense to you people. I really do. Because it's important. You have to have some, you cannot just just because you like somebody, you can't ignore their behavior, especially when it's bad. Especially when it's bad. Let me kick out some shout outs in the house. Michael Omandi is in the house. A Ladies in the house. Cyber Dreams is in the house. The LW Academy Recovery Hub for Women is in the house. So I'm just trying to I am not trying to be anyone's doctor or anyone's, theory on this. I'm just trying to keep it simple. You can't throw rocks from a glass house. You can't throw rocks, and you can't throw rocks from a burning house either. It is so important to remember that. So you need to calibrate. That's all that needs to be said. Watch this man right here. Another YouTube superstar.
He did not want to answer the question because he knew that once he went ahead and let me know that your family does not have a vested interest, has not invested in this country generationally like I have, that I was going to rip you a new one.
This is a special request going out to all those manosphere Black men who are dancing for Pearly.
I'm fast forward there. I feel like by changing the entire demographic makeup of a country, it's going to completely change the country. The same way,
let me fast forward a little bit more.
Why do you think that Black people ask you that question?
I have no idea why. You know what? This is what I love about.
Okay, remember now, it was the Black male manosphere who deemed women emotional. It was the Black male manosphere who did that. Watch this. We loves ourselves some Miss Pearly. Let me go forward.
Y'all put your headphones in, put your volume up. You all need to listen very closely to every single word that is said from this point forward.
And you really do. You really do. You need to listen closely.
Because every single word is relevant to how this turned into an embarrassing shit show. Listen to what he just said. He said, "This is why I love white people."
And then he lightly touched down.
So he will not answer any of the factual questions. So now he's going to.
You would not want.
All right, everybody. I'm putting in the link just in case you want to come up and have a few things to say. Let's get to it.
Down a back alley with two black men behind you. You know it. You don't live around black people. You live in you probably live on a cul-de-sac in a suburb. You don't live around black people.
You are extremely emotional. Why are you so emotional right now? Like this emotion that you're exuding is indicating a bigger problem that you have. What is it that you are trying to fight or convince us of right now?
Okay, Lapeef, can we do it like this?
Really, nigga?
You would not want to walk down an alleyway with two black guys. Man, get out of here. Then later on, try to accuse me of creating a fear-based narrative about black men.
You can't make this shit up, people.
This is who I would not want to walk down an alleyway with. Watch how sent he's about to get.
And I answer your
get your mindset. The point is this.
It's fascinating that you go
Here
on
goes,
black
about to
panels,
lose his
they
shit.
ask you a fucking question and you can't give the answer.
Okay. My first point here is this. You see how unhinged he's getting. And you notice how nobody's calibrating him. Like, hey, bro, chill out a little bit. Hey, But lo and behold, if that's a woman, at half that level, all that email, I be getting all this mail. It's okay for him to do it. It's okay for him to do it. And I thought about it back in the days when we got a little bit more excited up in here. Nobody had no trouble with the dudes doing it. We could yell and scream and we was going off when the bigs were in here. That was all right. That was cool. There was nothing. But when a woman asserts her authority, men and women get lit. So it's not really, the thing is, I'm advocating for logic. It's like, it's okay for a man to belittle a woman in my room. That's how they act. But when the women check the men, now there's a problem. And this is not just this is really all of YouTube. That's how it works. I've seen other fellow content creators who are women. When they check a man, oh my God, oh man. They trying to spam her. They're dox, whatever you want to call it. Now that's emotional when you do shit like that. That's and it goes down like that. Let me play a little bit more of this.
Okay. So Now you're cussing at me. Now you're raising your voice. So now I see I've won.
Got him.
All right. Now at this point, I don't believe as a man, you need to be using profanity towards me. All right.
I don't even know if I agree. I mean, I don't agree with at least all of Six's ideologies. But right here, she's spitting facts. What a man out of control like this in this situation is no good to anybody, including other men. But you know what the manosphere does? They're making him a leader, a poster boy. So the poster boys of the manosphere are literally all men with ill tempers. Okay? Ill tempers and profanities and disrespect for other people, including other men. Let's keep it going.
Right? There was no reason. I have not disrespected you. I have not called you out your name. If you want to take it there to where you're going to start to get belligerent and start to cuss at me, well, guess what? Now the gloves are coming off.
Got him. Got him.
So now here comes a point where I'm like, I got him. I got him. Y'all, watch him lose his shit.
This is a problem in the black community. The only people who restrict my
I thought you said you were in Carlton Banks.
It's not white
Carlton
people.
Banks.
It's not Asian people.
You need to calm down.
Particularly black women.
Your pocket protector is in a bunch.
In my life, I have never gotten this furious. Even my soundbite wasn't this furious and out of control. But nope, dudes give him a pass. They give him a pass. Look at him. Well, I mean, think about it. If he was trying to, if there's a way to lose a job, it's for your performance like this to get out online.
You niggas commit a lot of crimes and you know it.
How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, do you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
You are single mothers and you know it.
Are
right. You wouldn't park your car in the hood and keep that door unlocked because you know a nigga will take the damn car.
Do you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
I'm not.
In my room has never gotten this lit. And what you're looking at right now is one of the top rooms in all of Black Manosphere. Okay, Mike, if you could show a picture of yourself. I don't know if I haven't seen you. If you could show a video cam, quick cam while you're backstage, I'll bring you up. But or in the back chat you can type if you're somebody I've seen before and you just got to remind me. Either way, but let's check them out. Here we go. Watch.
Not gonna put you in a locker. I know you have PTSD.
You gotta go on mute. We need to stop
I'm not gonna take your lunch money and your pocket protector is in a
pretending here.
Childhood trauma just made an appearance.
Carlton, I don't know what happened to you as a kid, but you are safe here.
He's playing that Sambo role.
This is a problem in the black community. The only people who restrict my
I thought you said you were in
Carlton Banks.
So this is the problem I have. This is a problem I'll have. This is not really even about a gender thing. It's about a balance thing. It's a balance thing. It's like, well, what's fair? What's fair is fair. This is fine for the manosphere, right? Shit shows are fine. But if a woman does it, oh man. Did you want to know something? As calm as Six was in this video, while that dude was going off, they came for her. And she's red pill. She's red pill. She is red pill. And they still went after her. They didn't check dude. I recently saw, well, it was a couple months ago, actually. I saw Obsidian dissing her while he was praising this dude who's doing this.
It's not white people. It's not Asian people.
You need to calm down.
Particularly black women.
Your pocket protector is in a bunch.
You niggas commit a lot of crimes and you know it. You are single mothers and you know it.
Are
He's talking about men and women. You niggas commit a lot of crime and you know it. I was the only person who checked him on it. Up on the stage. Mike O, up on the stage. Oh, a lady dropped off. Mike, how you doing tonight?
Hey, what's up, Torch, man? Good talking to you again.
Well, how you doing? How's everything?
You still going through your videos or
Oh no, go ahead.
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just wanted to chime in on this, man. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if what I have to say is really earth-shattering. I mean, when I've spoken to in the past, I'm all about trying to find common ground.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like this whole discussion on YouTube is kind of devolved into like a shit show. You got hurt men throwing shit on the wall and see what sticks, and kind of the same on the female side too. And the question is, how do we bridge this gap? Are we going to be sitting here 10 years from now still throwing insults at each other on the internet? Or how do we reconcile the broken relations between men and women in the Black community?
Well,
but I'm actually kind of posing that huge question to you, thing that you've kind of thought of. I know I have my ideas,
right?
Which are kind of
my thing is this: is that
controversial. But I'm curious,
who are the de facto
if you
leaders?
see any way out of this gender war.
Who are the de facto leaders?
Leaders of what? Of the war?
De facto leaders of just, let's say, society. Men, right?
That's a huge question, man. What do you mean de facto leader? You got to be more specific than that. You have those in government. What do you mean
de
from a
facto
social
leaders,
perspective?
default leaders? It's men. Men have always been the leaders, right? By and large,
I would say so.
wait.
Traditionally,
Let
men
me
are
try to
probably
state this
the
so
head of
maybe you can
household,
understand a
but
little bit better.
women bear
By
responsibility
and
too.
large,
But generally speaking, men lead, right?
Who is
Go for it.
supposed to be the leaders of the households?
Men.
Okay. Who are most of the leaders of the Fortune 500 companies? And yes, there are some amazing women I know, but would you agree that most of Fortune 500 companies, NFL teams, sports teams, in all together, leaders for countries, could we come to an agreement that more than likely it's probably men?
Yeah. So are you saying that men need to kind of lead the torch, kind of need to grab the
There we
torch
go.
and kind of lead the way as far as fixing the issues? Is that what you're saying?
Right. The thing is this, the problem is that obviously since I think we both agree that, the space is turning into a shit show. It would behoove us as men to improve our game somehow.
It really is, man.
I mean, it's not just men and women, it's men against men too. It's just all bad. I've went into rooms, like, for example, a good example is Razor's
the way
room.
I see, I think.
Well, let me finish this part here. I've went into Razor's rooms, and these guys are chopping each other's brains out. You see what I'm saying? So it's not just men and women. Men are going after men hard. It's like, for some reason, we have made being unhinged acceptable. I'm not saying women don't. I'm not saying that at all. But as far as men, aren't men supposed to be able to take care of men? I mean, that's what we keep saying. Not only defending men against women, but defending men against, we're supposed to defend men against illogical decisions, illogical actions, things that get us into deeper trouble. But we don't do that. We let it slide. We got if somebody said, okay, James, you're going to take over the red pill, I would be, oh shit. Well, I got a lot of leaders to get rid of, because they're no good for nobody except for their pocketbook. Anyway, I'm sorry. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. I mean, men need to lead as far as leading us into solutions. It's not like something that's not really an actionable answer, though. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what exactly does that mean?
It means
because I'm actually
it means
sometimes
replacing
kind of
somebody.
black
Like, I'm
pill
going to be ultra specific for you.
I'm not sure there is a solution.
Okay,
and
I do have a solution. It's like replacing somebody like Sotomayor with Russell Wilson. That's what it's like. That's what we do. If we had Russell Wilson's running the manosphere, I guarantee you not, it would be better. Dudes won't like it though, because, he has sent, no, but I guarantee you not.
Okay, so let me play devil's advocate
The
on
gap
something,
between
right?
men and women would be better. And I'm not saying it has to be Russell himself, but let's say a Russell light.
Okay, so there are some women now there's some women right now that would say that the men are inadequate, that they really don't respect the men nowadays enough for them to lead. And what would you say to them about that?
Have you seen this guy wait, let me play something.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
You went and park your car in the hood and keep that door unlocked because you know a nigga will take the damn car.
He's a manosphere leader. Not this guy. Well, actually he is too, but he's a man, right? He's a manosphere leader. So all a woman has to do, and this is why we have a lot of work to do on our side, is point to him and say, Exhibit A. He's just not a guy. He's one of the guys. That's Exhibit A.
Yeah.
And if you go down the
there's
list
a lot
of all the manosphere
I think in
leaders,
any movement, Torch, you're going to have, parts.
we are being represented
You're going to
by
have
the
wings of
wrong
any
men.
movement that are very toxic, and then you're going to have those that are moderates.
Wait, say again?
You're going to have wings of any movement that are toxic. You're going to have a spectrum in any movement, right? So you're going to have those that are the loudest and the most toxic, and then you're going to have those that kind of sit back in the cut, you know, the wise old man in the corner that knows everything that probably doesn't say anything, you know?
Okay, wait. Let's
So
stop
I
right
think
there. Wait, let's
with the
sit
red
on
pill
that. Let's
movement
sit on
right
that.
now,
Let's sit on
most of the guys that are
toxic. Wait,
visible
no,
online, it's the toxic guys. You know what I'm saying? The guys that just throwing shit on the wall and seeing what sticks for views and for clout and shit like that.
Mike.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. Let's sit on the toxic and moderate thing for a minute. Okay. I like that. That's a good way of putting it. But what percentage of the manosphere would you say is toxic?
I don't know, dude. That's hard to say. And yeah, I do have a long pause because I don't think I got this streaming thing set up right. Yo, let me fix my my audio and then I'll be right back.
Okay.
But go ahead, keep talking.
Okay. While he fixes his mic check thing, I mean, the thing is this: if we are supposed to be men as men, we are supposed to fix things. So the first thing that men we need to do is stop blaming women. This guy right here.
Did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
I'm not gonna put you in a locker.
Somewhere deep down in my heart,
I know you have PTSD.
You gotta go on mute. We need to stop.
I'm not.
I can't think of a red pill leader who doesn't do this. So how can a woman follow a man that follows a man like this?
Gonna take your lunch money and your pocket protector is in a
pretending here. Childhood trauma just made an appearance.
Carlton, I don't know what happened to you as a kid, but
notice how she is not, look, technically me and Six are ops. But when it comes to this, it's like, look, she's calm, she's relaxed, and he's going off. He says he's married. I fear for his wife. I fear for his wife. Okay, Mike, are you there? Okay, I believe he still has a little bit of a lag going on. See, the thing is this, for all the fellas in the clouds, when you follow men like this, Anton, this dude here, Obsidian, guys that are like shock jocks, you have to understand they represent you. They're supposed to be a better version of you since you're following them. So when a woman of logic sees them and sees this,
you are safe here.
You're not telling the truth.
Whoa.
You can't make this shit up, people.
You don't live around niggas.
Are you
I
finished?
do more for the black community anybody does. I taught in a public school. How dare you disrespect me?
Oh my God. And he taught in the public schools. Lord, help those kids. I mean, the thing is, it's like, what kind of deal, if you want ladies to fall in line, right? What kind of deal do you offer? Because this ain't it.
And ask me where my family's from.
This is very unbecoming of you as a man. You need to gather yourself, please. This is not.
You don't live in the inner city.
I thought you said you were a gentleman.
This is very
You can
unbecoming.
conduct yourself like this to women.
And he feels disrespected because Six asked where
his family.
I literally came on here.
Women want men. I'm giving you the best dating advice ever right now, so you better listen close. Women of logic want men who can control their emotions. They might be emotional. They might have times of emotion, but they can control their emotions. An outburst? Okay, maybe. This kind of shit?
And did not bring anything to you.
I just don't understand. Turn your camera on, Six the Goddess. Show us the hood you live in. Show us all your ghetto gangbanging friends right now.
Did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
Why do you have so much
you don't
energy
live
for
around
women?
niggas. Your next door neighbor's a neurosurgeon. Stop lying. Stop capping like you're some. Oh, I'm all black.
What? Articulate, high value woman, moderate value women would want to bring this around her boss or at her job or at her business. Unfortunately, it's happened a lot. Unfortunately, it's happened a lot. Kiki, I heard she fixed things though. You know? The Little Mermaid, that dude was weird. See, the thing is that before somebody can trust somebody, you have to be trustworthy. Who can trust this guy?
Oh, man.
See,
this is what happens when nationalism goes
but
too
your
far.
argument was the Holocaust was not.
And I mean, it's like this. People do not compartmentalize, even though we'd love to think they do. We'd love to think, well, you know, yeah, he was just mean to her because, you know, so what if he called her a 304? He doesn't do that to all the women. See the same guy saying something different with the same result, making threats to different women. That's just because, you know, they disagreed. You know? And so we start giving out these passes. All of a sudden that person gets emboldened. And then they get mad because he can't get any women because any good women, remember good women, because good women don't want that. That's the best advice I can give you, Phil, is, I mean, if you want to act like this dude here,
it's not
Carlton Banks.
It's not Asian
You
people.
need to calm down.
Particularly black women.
I mean, really, quite honestly, you might still get women, but if you want somebody to be your piece, why would they? You can't even be their piece. Why? I mean, really. Mike, let's do a mic check. Are you there?
Yeah, I think I got it fixed. I had the tab muted. So.
Okay.
But yeah, man.
Well, let me see if I can fix your volume because you're real low. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can fix it on this side. Let's try that. Okay, go ahead. Mic check.
Okay. 1, 2, 1,
That's
2.
better. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me know if I'm going off topic, man. But I just had a thought in that when I look at this, what I'm going to call a gender war, right, between black men and black women, to me, it has a lot of parallels with American politics. You know, I think if we go back, you know, let's say decades ago, I'm in my 30s. When you go back decades ago, I think things were a lot more towards the center. And when you look at American politics right now, which is my only frame of reference, I think things are a lot more polarized right now. So I think when you look at gender relations, and correct me if I'm wrong, feel free to chime in. I think things are a lot more polarized right now towards the edges, right? When you look at, you know, the guys in the red pill manosphere, and when you look at those that, I guess the opposite side would be feminists. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
So what I was trying to allude to earlier was that, and you know, I suppose most people in this camp, from just looking at the comments, because I kind of alluded to this in the comment section, and I was getting a lot of shit for it. But I think if you're gonna try and end a conflict, I think you have to have the voices of reason come to the table and try to say, okay, what is your gripe with me? And the other side say the same, right? Because when I brought this up in the chat, they were like, well, who started the war? Ask him who started the war. They're probably alluding to black men starting this gender war. I'm not sure that's how you're going to solve this. I think you're going to have honest folks that are not like the man you depicted in the video, guys that are the opposite of that, voices of reason that are going to come to the table and say, hey, you know what? You see, look at that. He sounds like the life of the party. That's the thing. This is, solving complex problems is not going to be fun and entertaining. You know what I'm saying? You need people that are going to have difficult, boring conversations to resolve conflict. And that's probably why this gender war is never going to end, because it's just going to be folks like the guys on Fresh and Fit just talking shit about women for 4 hours, and they make very good money at it.
Right.
That's what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think you're going to have the voices of reason in each camp, make a platform like this. I'm not a YouTuber, but this is just what I see from the outside looking in, because otherwise we're going to be sitting here 10 years from now still throwing shit on the wall, bitching about passport bros and bitching about feminism. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Oh, of course, I got a lot of thoughts. A lot of what you said I agree with. The problem is that basically it's like this. If you call a truce, one side has to do the work. They have to start. They have to show that they are willing to do to have a truce. Here's a question I do have for you. It just popped in my head. Point out some man, if you do know, because maybe you're not, you may not know this. Can you point out some manosphere leaders that are what you would call logical?
I could hardly name a few, dude. The ones that are popular, the ones that pop up on the feed in these discussions are the most toxic. That's my point. So I'm not here to say one side is more right than the other. I'm just saying it's kind of like American politics. The guys that are in Congress, the men and women that are at the Capitol right now arguing the issues, are not the people we need there. We need the voices of reason.
So wouldn't the best thing, and it's happened before because that's how, people vote. If these men in the manosphere, right? Let's say they're all where we've got them all wrong and they're really generally nice guys. Shouldn't they vote out these toxic men?
I'm not saying they are, dude. I'm not an advocate for the manosphere. I'm an advocate for reason.
I know, but I'm trying to be nice to them.
I got you.
You see what I'm saying?
Those guys, there was a time, like I said, I remember the early days of YouTube when I first caught wind of these discussions about men having gripes with society. And I guess that's when the term was first coined, manosphere. And there were toxic elements too. And they used to ban channels back then too. And but I remember guys just trying to, talk about solving problems as opposed to, oh man, I hate women all day, which is what, the Fresh and Fit type of guys do, So yeah, like I said, man, I don't know. I think that's what's needed. How we get there, I'm not sure. It's not a sexy, entertaining point that's gonna, win any soundbite competitions, but
no, it's. I understand your point.
I think you need the grown-ups to come to the table now, because we've had this bullshit for way too long. It's just getting boring.
Right. I agree. I think the best solution is basically to have people who are psychologically trained to resolve conflict become the leaders on both sides. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. And I think you need people that are going to be prepared to acknowledge the issues that the other side has, and that's going to include the ladies too, and the men. So the guys are going to have to, you know, sit down and be like, hey, you know what? Yeah, we do have to be more involved with the family and take more responsibility for our children. And you know, what are the other things? I mean, I don't know, maybe we could start there. I mean, what are some of the things that you think that men could do better as far as reconciliation goes, and not from a point of, you know, criticism, but like genuine, like, hey, this is something that we can do better. For me, I think one thing is, you know, just being less of a deadbeat, you know, and I actually hate that term because it's been weaponized, but, you know, you need two parents in the home to raise a child right, you know?
Yeah, but that's like the cart before the horse. I think really they need, I think where you're, and I like where you're going with that, but that should be only part of the results, but they need to get psychologically stable, psychologically, what would be the best word for me to use without saying they need to go get a therapist? Because there's different ways you can do it. You can self-help yourself, but you have to, before you can be happy with who you are with, which would be probably a woman for most men, right? You have to be happy with yourself. And I think it's quite clear that a lot of men, that's not the case. In fact, they're using their lack of ability to be happy, and they're blaming that on women. Even though women shouldn't make a difference whether you are generally happy or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you know, and you saying that, you said something along the lines of being happy with yourself, and I wonder how much Black men's position in Western society contributes to their angst. I don't know if angst is the right word, because I remember coming up on your platform months ago, and I went through this whole speech about how you don't have the gender relation issues that we have in in the US. And I can't speak for the UK. I've never lived there, but at least in the US, I don't see these gender relation issues between men and women in East Africa, for example, which is where I'm from, right? I mean, maybe now that the world's getting smaller and they're more exposed to Western culture, maybe it's creeping up over there. But I don't know. Doesn't Peso Man live in Uganda? I don't see men and women throwing shit at each other over there as much as I do over here. And I don't know.
That's a good point. Let me welcome A Lady to the stage. And you can't get laid to the stage. A Lady, how you doing?
Hi.
Hello. How are you? How's everybody?
Doing
Fine.
good, doing good.
Good.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, how are you,
Hi.
Michael? Want me to make my comment now, or?
Oh, absolutely. Go for it.
Okay. So I agree with Michael in as far as this gender so-called war. It's getting tiring. And I think everybody, well, those of us who aren't profiting from it are over it. But as long as people are making money throwing dirt on the other gender, it's not going to stop. And now with men saying that they are upset about feminism, I guess it's never going to stop, because feminism is never going away. It's going to grow. No one's going to give up power. Women aren't going to give up power. So I wanted to say that. And then about the Lizzo thing, my personal feeling, and you know, Michael or DJ, you can comment on this. I think one of the main reasons that men are so mad at Lizzo, I mean, the things that she has to put up with online, and as far as that's concerned, fat women, period. I think it's because they are showing that they do not care as much as they would want them to about how they appeal to men sexually. They care for food more than they care about what these men think. So men, by being overweight, a woman is proving that what a man thinks does not control her. And I think they have a problem with that. So those are my comments, and I'll be sitting right here listening. Thanks.
Hey, lady, well said. I couldn't agree more. Somewhere, I think me saying some would be a understatement. But some women, they're just fine with the peace and quiet and the enjoyment of solitude. Because even as a man, I enjoy that. So I can see how, especially after, a couple rough and tumble situations, relationships, whatever you want to call it, even work, coming home to a peaceful location where nobody else controls your vibe is very delicious. I'm just going to say that. You can't get laid. What's going on with you?
Hey, Torch. Well, it seems like she's getting her mic fixed, but so I think some of the folks in the chat have echoed what I was saying earlier about this conversation is just getting tired. Like, and I keep going back to Fresh and Fit because to me it's the quintessential example of what the point I'm trying to make is that they literally 3 times a week spend 4 hours just saying that women suck over and over and over and over and over and over. They have no interest in trying to come up with solutions on how men and women can get along better. Now, I bring that up to pose this question to you because that's been my whole theme, right? And you guys are probably going to get tired of this whole reconciliation speech that I'm giving. But there's a few folks in the chat that seem against what I'm saying. And I think, everything that I'm saying comes from a point of honesty, genuine conflict resolution. You know what I'm saying? So how do you deal with the women in the chat that are just going against what I'm saying for no reason that I can think of other than the fact that I have a penis and I'm probably shouldn't be commenting on the issues?
I can easily answer that, but I'd like to also hear a lady's view as well. This is what I would say. First of all, everyone has their own thoughts and feelings. Secondly, I believe we can't make that assumption that you just made without hearing from these women themselves. I mean, I think you're thinking that they're rushing to a conclusion about what you're saying. And the one thing that this room is known for is having intelligent women in it. And believe it or not, as much as people want to try to make it sound like this room is rough, usually it's because guys get outsmarted out of the room more than they get yelled out of the room. So the thing is that why don't we pose that again? Why don't you go ahead and pose your question to the ladies again, what your question is, but understand that they disagree with me sometimes.
I hear you.
You see what I'm saying? They disagree with other people. They disagree with maybe something creative might say.
I'm going to give you. Sorry to cut you off, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay,
now,
but
I'm going to give you Exhibit A, right? Exhibit A, and I've spoken to this person before. I think on your platform, or it was Tam's platform months ago. So she says, it's the hypocrisy, Michael. You over here talking to women and not talking to these men. I mean, how do you even begin to speak to somebody like that? And I'm talking about Kim,
About who?
Kim Lee Moon.
Yeah. Oh, so it's like, how do you even begin to, where do you even start with someone that thinks that way? She doesn't know who I am. She doesn't know the people I've spoken to. It's like they're just coming from a point of combativeness. I understand people are angry. There's guys that are angry, like the guy in the video. There's women that are angry. They've been hurt. There's men that have been hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Can I pose one question to you?
Go for it.
Okay. So how many Manosphere channels have you gone to?
Well, if I'm talking
and
about
pose
fresh
the
and fit,
same and pose the same statement.
oh, I've said the same thing. I've been in the chats.
I'll be back.
I'm not, you know, a YouTuber or any kind of
I understand
person,
that, but what
an
I'm saying
online
is that
presence where there's
have
a
you?
video out there
Okay,
of
I
me
guess
talking.
let me word
But
it a different way.
okay,
Have you posed this same energy, doing the exact same thing, getting on the guys' panels and telling them the same thing?
I haven't been on Razor Razor's panel, but
Or
I've been in
any.
the chat, and I can tell you that largely I just get ignored. No one even listens to what I say. I'll just type.
Okay.
But
And
you know
that's
what?
well, I'm
I'll
not
be honest
trying. I'm
with you,
not trying to interrupt or even get close to berating you, but I believe that's what Kim Lee Moon was talking about.
yeah, but what?
I mean,
What do you
well,
mean? No,
let me break it
I've
down
been
like this.
there
I'm going to
already.
try to see if I can even give you a little bit of cover here. Would you say that you feel like that you're going to have better success talking to this group than Razor Razor's group?
Nah. And you know what? I mean, Razor Razor's group is probably that's the only platform that I really know. But those guys, that's a passport travel thing. I don't know if they necessarily, and I'm not on their thing every day, but from what I hear, it seems like Razor Razor shit's more of a passport travel kind of channel as opposed to discussing gender relations. I could be wrong. Those are similar things, but they are different.
Well, what channel? You know what channel? I do know of a channel that does discuss gender relations. Let me play it right now.
Chapter is in a bunch.
You niggas commit a lot of crimes and you know it.
How do you feel? Well,
there you go.
Can I jump in here? I mean, Michael, exactly. The way that guy reacted anytime he tried to come to one of those panels with a reasonable question like you've posed to us, you get shouted down, you get kicked off the panel, you get kicked out of even the chat. So they are unreasonable. We can't deal with unreasonable people. Maybe you can, but when we have tried, that's what's happened. And then we have men who come here and say, well, we tried to talk and we got kicked off the panel. So I don't think it's our problem. Women are pretty much reasonable on this. At this point, we're fed up. So you are going, I can't see the comments, but I'm sure there's some people who are just fed up because we're used to men coming over here saying, well, why don't you girls just give up and come back to the table? It's not us.
Well, I have a question for Michael.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so you're African, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how does that coincide with what we're going through as Black Americans or living in this country as Black Americans? Like, isn't that African men, they already believe in taking care of their children. They already believe in legacy. I mean, how is that coincide with your way of thinking that's been already established in you since childhood?
Yeah, I think I'm lucky that, I've lived over there, so I've had some fundamental ways about, positioning myself in society that have been instilled in me from my culture over there. So that's an advantage. And it definitely has an influence on how I view the world, how I interact with people, and men taking leadership in the home. I've always had an issue with fatherlessness, because even though I did live in East Africa, I didn't have a dad for a large part of my life. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big thing for me, and I think it leads to a lot of breakdown in our community as Black folks, and that's what's one of the sticking points for me, as far as I think one of the things that men could do better, as far as making things a little bit more cohesive in our community. I hope that answers your question.
Can I say
No,
something?
not really, but
Go for it, creative.
So I don't understand what his gripe is, to be honest, because if he's a man of character and he believes in like getting connected with women and he has strong morals, I don't see like I think he should I don't see a problem with him talking to women and finding common ground. So I don't know what is his gripe. Like we don't have anything against you. We never said anything against you.
No, I don't have a gripe with y'all. I was just bringing the conversation to torch that. Hey, how do we fix this? That's my main theme here. How do we fix this? You know,
I
as
don't
opposed to playing videos of men or women and just reacting to them negatively. Like, how do we fix the issue? Actions that we could take. And I'm not coming here with all the answers. I'm just posing a question. You know.
Mhm.
If
I
I
mean,
had one word to say, it would be therapy. But I'm gonna let creative take it from now.
I was gonna ask him a question. I was gonna ask him, like, are you married, sir? Do you have kids? Are you a positive role model in someone's life?
Neither, but I think I'm a positive role model.
Okay, well, that's a change right there. The change starts with you. I mean, I don't know if you're looking for marriage or if trying to find somebody, or if you have kids, or maybe you have a nephew or niece that you know that somebody looks up to. And I think that's where it fundamentally starts from. You know, we have to be the change that we want to see. We can't really ask for outside people to go change, but we got to change ourselves.
My nephews and nieces are my kids. Yeah, my only thing would, yeah, I have my own issues about why. Yeah, me not wanting to have kids is a whole different discussion. Probably shouldn't go down, but
So
yeah,
if
I
you
hear
don't
you.
want to
I
have
think
kids, see, that's a problem. So you want to come on these spaces, you want to talk about connectivity and trying to fix the issue, but you yourself not even trying to procreate or get married. So I'm
well,
confused
I
here.
can. Okay, I don't want to make this about me, but I think that one to
yes,
not.
make it about you.
No. I'm not the focus of the discussion here, but I think it's very reasonable for one to not want to bring other people into this world, but still have a desire to mend gender relations. Why is that such a crazy thing?
Because what the purpose of mending people together is for them to procreate and have kids and to bring life, bring sustaining life, bring somebody with good morals and upbringing. That's the whole purpose. So I don't understand. You get on this panel and you say this, but you don't have a goal or anything in mind. Like, are you dating somebody? Are you giving the woman in your life a good experience so they don't have to, be bombarded with all this craziness out here?
I think there have been many men and women in history that have not had children that have contributed greatly to the world. I think there's other ways of contributing to the world. I think, what if, let's say, for argument's sake, I was sterile, or if, let's say I had a wife that couldn't have kids. Are you saying that I'm useless to the world?
No, I'm not, but I'm just saying you don't have a wife, right? And you can have kids, right? And you want to see relationships. So I'm just saying it starts with you. If you're not creating that within your life, how do you expect to see that outside of yourself? I don't like I'm confused.
Um, I think we could just disagree that me not wanting to have kids has no bearing on my ability to leave something positive in this world. We could just
I mean,
disagree.
do you want to get married? Do you want to find a wife to give her a good experience at least?
Eventually.
Eventually, what? So what? Why is a sudden pause? Why you say eventually? How old are you?
I'm not going to say my age. I'm in my 30s, but
Oh, don't you
it's
think that's enough time on the planet for you to be starting to search or want a wife or start a family?
yeah. I mean, yeah, and I'm a thoughtful person, right? So the pause is me thinking. But yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, I got no further questions. I'm just stunned at the fact that You want to bring people together, but yet you're not trying to cultivate that in your own life. That's the only thing.
That's fair. I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion. I think you could still do good things in this world by not bring others into it.
You can't get laid. Do you have any
What do you
thoughts?
think, Torch?
Okay, what was the question again? Because I had to step away.
Oh, okay. Well, let me answer it just so to bring you up to speed. Basically, I mean, it's like this. Creative broke down. That was a really good question from creative. I mean, I understand your Mike, you posing the question and understanding that you're not the expert on it, but you're concerned about it. But creative's question about, well, it's not like it's even your lane to. I think what creative, correct me if I'm wrong, what you're basically saying, it's not really his lane to even be concerned about.
It's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not his lane because I asked him, is he a positive role model to somebody in his life, to his nieces, his nephews, or does he have kids, or how is he contributing? That was my question. And then the reason why I asked that is he wants to see women and men come together, and the purpose of them coming together is to have kids, right? So I'm asking him, is that happening in his life? How is he promoting that in his life so he could see it? And obviously he's not doing that. So
You want to know something creative? That's deep because it is true. I mean, it's like me. It's like me trying to tell somebody how to be married when I never have. Who am I to do that? And I think that's Mike. Do you see where she's going with it?
Yeah, who am I to say anything if I'm not contributing to it? But
Yeah, and it's. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not wrong what you're asking because what you're asking is right. What you want is right. But it's like then there's the proverbial question. Who is you? If you know what I mean. It's like, nigga, who you? This is to bring this up. And I think that's the point that we're looking at. So yeah, and the LW Academy Recovery Hub for Women has said this. I don't see how him not wanting kids means he's not a valid candidate for this discussion, which is true.
Yeah.
I do in a way only because I think especially women in this room who have been shell-shocked by utter disrespect from the manosphere, they would prefer, don't get me wrong, your words are welcome. But at the same time, I think they prefer it from somebody who's probably a little bit more seasoned in this situation as far as interacting with the opposite sex, male or female.
I respect that.
Yeah. So.
And continue with your show, man. I might have put a diversion here in your show. I'm not sure what your agenda.
No. Actually, it's kind of in the mix with what we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about the hypocrisy of a double standard, where at least in this room, it's how the men, they calibrate the differentials between what they accept as toxic in their rooms, and then and when they come here, they call out toxicity in this room, even though they're good with somebody sounding like this.
Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, do you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
Your suspenders are so tight.
I guess the point I'm saying is that I see where you're coming from, but the problem is that what do we do when the majority of the men that it seems, I will say that, in their defense, seems like the majority of the men are like this guy. I mean, would you want to go to the table with somebody like that?
No, definitely not, man. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the moderates are just not to be found here. But I will say, like, offline, I meet a lot of folks that share my sentiment, Black men and women, I would say. So, yeah, that's all I really have to say.
Mike, I appreciate you dropping some knowledge on us. And Creative, if you have any last words or any thoughts that you want to ask them about or anything?
Oh, no, I think. Oh, I do have to echo. Okay, the only thing I wanted to say is like it starts with you, like I asked you the question of did you want to have a relationship, and you said maybe sometime in the future. So yeah, I just think you gotta like try to cultivate those things in your life now, and slowly they will come about. And that was all I was just saying. I think him trying to have the conversation is a positive thing. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think that, and you have to do something in your real life also to bring about it. That's all I was meant to say. That's it.
Well said. Well said. Let me play this video here. We're gonna swerve off for a minute. But one of my favorite YouTubers is in this video, so I want to play it and get everybody's opinion. Right now we are in reaction mode. Here we go.
Let's talk about Jonah Hill and the whole situation with his ex-girlfriend accusing him of being an emotional abuser. Now, initially when it came out, everyone was shocked and basically on the ex-girlfriend's side. But then somewhere along the line, things started to switch, and the red pill people and those who were not aware or fully informed about toxic and abusive dynamics started to defend Jonah, saying things like he has a right to set boundaries and there was nothing wrong with what he actually said. Now, does he have the right to set boundaries? Absolutely. Just like everyone else in the world, he has that right. However, what he did was not boundary setting. It was control.
Okay, let me pause this for 1 second. Angelina Lewis, welcome to the stage. How you doing tonight?
Hi, how you doing? I just wanted to, I'm sorry, I was in the middle of something else, is why I didn't come on earlier, but I wanted to make a point about, I'm a bit confused because I thought we were talking about like the manosphere and resolving that issue. I don't understand how it got around to him not being able to have, I'm not defending him, I'm just kind of just looking at it from a perspective.
We did divert. I believe that.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're correct. You are correct. It first started out as the manosphere.
Right.
We talked to a little bit about that, and then he did say, "I hope this is not taking it off subject," and it did a little bit, but we do that sometimes in here. So yeah, but I agree with you. Yes, it did divert.
Okay, so what her point was that he couldn't talk about marriage because he wasn't married. Is that it? Was that her point? I'm not sure what the point.
Okay, so my point
Go
was
ahead.
that he wanted to mend relationships between men and women, and then I was asking him, right? And then he was talking about, men in the manosphere and all this craziness. So I was just asking him is he a role model in his real life? Does he have kids? And he said no. And then I'm like, does he want a relationship? Like, do you have nephews and nieces who are looking up to you? And I was just saying that, if you want those things and you're talking about men in relationships, I was just saying you got to be a positive example, in your real life too, if you want to cultivate that in your real life. You can't just do it online. That's what I was saying.
Okay, fair enough. But then there is the flip side of that, in which he does have relationships with his nieces and his nephews, and he is a role model to them. And also, I don't mean to defend him. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But I find that a lot of the time, especially within these discussions and within these spaces, a lot of people go for the personal attack rather than listening to what the person is actually saying. And I feel like this can really throw the issue. It's like, does he have a point or not? Is this something that we can discuss or not? You know what I mean? Did he bring something valid to the discussion or not? I don't think we can disqualify him because he doesn't have kids or he's not married.
So I made that same argument that what you just said there. I was like, you seem like a respectable guy. Like, people will listen to you. I did not ask him. I don't know what your gripe is here. And I said that it looks like you will have good relationships with women. So I don't understand, like, what is your conflict here? You know, we're all talking to you and we're reasoning with you. And then he said that's not his issue. His issue is he wanted to, you know, go into space and try to help this whole, you know, woman against the men thing.
Which is a fair point. I mean, I don't agree with the way in which he said. I think it was the same person who suggested that we get into a room with the manosphere and have reasonable discussion. Was that the same guy? Because I don't.
Yeah, that was me. But I was speaking figuratively, not literally.
Yeah, but I think the main issue with that approach is that we're not acknowledging where the problem is actually coming from in the first place. And the problem is coming from the toxicity of the manosphere. So getting in a room and reasoning with people who don't have reason is the outcome of a positive exchange is going to be slim to none. So whilst I hear what you're saying, we should sit down and have a conversation. You can't have a conversation with crazy people. You know what I mean? So we're back to the problem again. What we're going to do is we're going to get into a room with people who are slinging insults and being toxically crazy. And we're not going to get anywhere. That's the most likely outcome. And not because women are unreasonable, but because the manosphere are actually toxic and a little bit insane. So that's what we're dealing with. So when we bring solutions to the table, we need to do that whilst acknowledging where the problem actually is. That was my issue with that.
Yeah, I think it should be noted though that the manosphere is like the toxic elements of the manosphere don't represent the whole group, right? So
it's unfortunate. Go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, the guy that DJ Torch was playing on the video that's not the manosphere. There's a lot of it's kind of like I think there's a silent majority out there. You know, they don't have YouTube platforms. They're not on Instagram or TikTok or, you know, creating content online. But I think that if you go on the street and you ask guys if they're aware of this conversation, they'll say, yeah, I'm aware of the conversation. And do you subscribe to guys yelling at women for 4 hours, you know, making a shit ton of money doing it? I think a lot of those guys would disagree with it, you know? So what is the percentage? What percentage of the manosphere is toxic? I don't fucking know. That's an impossible question for me to answer.
But let's put it into real terms though. You're saying there's silent majority. The silent majority aren't online. You know, so what we're talking about is the majority of people in the manosphere are toxic. The ones that we can actively hear are toxic. Most of them. Now don't get me wrong. I have come across some who are vaguely reasonable and can hold a conversation. I've come across one or two. In the vast majority of people in that realm who are just toxic and unreasonable and just insane with their approach with conversations. So you're saying the silent majority, but they're actually the minority because they're not being heard.
Yeah.
So we can't talk about those people because they're just walking the streets and going to work and shaking their head in silence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't have any impact on what is actually happening.
That the loudest ones are so loud because there's a market for that toxicity, and also there's a lot of money to be made. There's a lot of money. Like the guys keep going back to Fresh Offense. These guys are making a shit ton of money.
And who's supporting them? Other toxic
Putting that
people. Do
venom.
you see what's? But that's the thing. Who's supporting them? Other toxic men. So they're not just making a load of ton of money out of nowhere. There's all these toxic people following the toxic people. So we're going to get into a room and have a discussion with these people, because these are the people making the noise, and we're going to come out of them with some sort of resolution. This is not a realistic. That's not realistic. That's not what's going to happen. That's my issue with that.
I disagree with you in the sense that you're conflating the fact that these toxic leaders have a lot of followers with. I think that their followers are just misguided because that's the only voice they're hearing. I don't think that they hear.
No, I think their followers are also toxic. I think you're being very, very generous here. I can't, sign up to I don't know, sex trafficking unit and say I'm just misled, or a pedophile ring and say I'm just misled. Do you see what I mean? Right. It's like there's so much toxicity in there. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead. I'm giving you an extreme example because these people, the way they speak is extremely toxic. So there's no mistake when you're following them that they're actually toxic, unless you are that way.
I would like to make an example of that.
Go ahead.
For example, I remember back in the 60s and 70s when Black men tried to, come to the table with, white supremacists. It didn't work out too well. So
exactly my point. It's like, and you can say like half of those white extremists weren't, aware, but it's not likely. So that is exactly my point. So we can't get into a room with half crazy people talking half crazy sense and have a sensible conversation.
Right. I think that's an important lesson to take also, not just for the manosphere, but in general in life, even if it's a lot of times I believe that we think we can reasonably interact with somebody to either calm them down or to come to an understanding, when some people are just not capable of that or don't want to be capable of that.
And that's the key, don't want to be. These manosphere people don't want to come to an agreement. They don't want to have a civil conversation that's like from A to B to C. They want the chaos. They want the havoc. They want the hate. So whatever you put in there is going to be pushed back out as hate and toxicity. You can't have a conversation with that. Sorry, I'm agreeing with you. If you didn't know.
Yeah, in these cases, you got to protect your peace and your mind.
Exactly.
You can't, I wouldn't even want to go in there. So.
Exactly. So we're like, what is the saying? I don't even know. But the point is, it wouldn't be a fair fight. It's not a situation that would be productive. I don't know what the solution would be, but that is not a realistic one. That's not,
Well, I'm glad you said that, and that's the point. It's a hard problem to solve. It's not an entertaining conversation. It's not a sexy conversation, but I think it's something worth thinking about. Unless people just want to sit here and talk about how much men suck and women suck, then by all means, go for it. Men suck. Woohoo.
Yeah,
That makes me feel better.
And I hear what you're saying, but how are the people who are not the problem supposed to find a solution for the people who are the problem? This is my question. Because you're right. We need to find a solution, but how can how?
I'm sorry, I missed what you're saying.
Basically, what she's saying is that, at least actually, she's not saying this, but I'm actually stacking a little bit on top of it. It's like this: us men, we have to fix our problems first before asking anyone else for anything.
I think that's very reasonable. I don't have a problem with that. You say therapy. You've been saying therapy, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, half those all the people from the manosphere who are toxic, they need therapy. I mean, in their homes, I shudder for their wives and their girlfriends, quite frankly, because that ain't right. What goes on in their head, it's not right on any level, right? So yeah, it's worrying. But that's what I was saying. It's like we can, as people, as the people who are not the problem, and I'm not talking man against woman. I'm talking about it from a crazy, non-crazy standpoint. Okay, we can, on the non-crazy camp, find a solution for the crazy people. That's not how. How can we do that?
Right. It's like trying to help zombies.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't mess with any of that. That's why I said what we could do, right? We could turn around in our own realities in our own life, and we could be that positive example or that positive woman, right? In somebody else's life, right? That good sister, that good daughter, that good mother. We can do things to, cultivate that good energy. And the same thing for the men. So is we can't do it online, but we can do it in our own lives to help shift the energy.
I think it's important that we do it online, though. I think it's very important that we do it online, because whilst we're in our own lives doing this for our daughters, our sons, and our nieces, the world is being taken over by crazy people.
I know, but who would I want it to benefit the most from? I would want my family to benefit the most. No offense to people online, we can always try to help them and do small things, but the people who I care about, those are the ones who I want to affect.
But in the space of in the online space, your family are constantly vulnerable to this, constantly being bombarded with this. So
all right. So I'm gonna give you an example, ma'am. So
go ahead.
So I'm giving an example. So if my mom is seeing all this craziness online, me as a daughter, right? I could possibly, go take her out or send her some flowers or do something like that that's positive, where it shifts the energy, where she's not indulgent into all those things, because basically all that is just hate and negativity. It's not telling you anything positive about what's happening in your real life. It's taking the focus and it's putting it on them. And it's when you're watching all that negativity, the next day, that's all you're going to see around you. I was online and it was talking about these ratchet women, what they hear. And then all of a sudden, the next day you go out, you see those same ratchet people on the street. So, you're signaling to your mind unsubconsciously what you want, right? Every time you go online and you look at those things. So it's not. Yeah. So I don't think we should focus on stuff like that. I don't think it's really good. I think we could do things in our own life, a phone call, something positive. Things like that they slowly add up.
I hear you, but here's the thing. It's what Torch said. It's like they need therapy. And the question is, who doesn't need therapy? This is a problem. You've got these loud voices who clearly need therapy, leading these other people who need therapy. Meanwhile, you've got a kid who's going through their angry phase, who needs some therapy, and sees them as an outlet, sees them as positive, that sort of thing. Take the Andrew Tate, for instance. Oh my God, he's one. Oh, anyway, let me not get into that. Let's not. but my point is that the world needs, everybody who exists in this world needs some form of therapy, as far as I'm concerned. If you're going to get through life in any shape or form, you're going to need therapy somewhere along the line, right? So everybody's vulnerable to a certain extent to that sort of speech. And as a man, especially, because they're not going to speak to anybody, a therapist, a friend, that they're not communicating with people about their issues, full stop. So that heightens the risk of them getting into that.
Yeah, but you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. And
That is true. That is
you
true.
know, and I'm not going to advise women to go mess with some guy who's on the red pill, who's going to treat them like crap, you know, and
Oh
they
my
got to
God,
turn
no.
around and live with that. So I'm not advising nobody to deal with that. You know, people are going to seek people on their own level. If you want to
True.
be more vibrational, you need to seek somebody on your level or is just as beneath you. Like I don't advise anybody to mess with anybody in those spaces because slowly but surely you're gonna get attracted to that energy, and you don't want that in your life. Like you don't want any of that, you know. So that's just me. I don't advise anybody to go through that 10-year rabbit hole or be with somebody who's in that because you're gonna suffer. You're gonna take on their own karma. Let those people, if they want to be in that negative space, let them be in that karma by themselves, and eventually they'll get sick of it.
Well, you hope they would.
A lot of them came out of the space, right? And they ended up getting married, and now they ended up switching their tongues, and they don't feel the same way anymore. They changed their whole story. What is it like? Jordan Peterson.
Did they change their whole story or did they just get married? I'm not completely convinced. You know,
Jordan Peterson was one of them. Jordan Peterson was a full red pill.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of them. Look how he changed.
How did he change? I don't know him. Go ahead. How did he change?
So basically,
I don't know him by name. Actually, I think I've seen him around.
So basically, he turned around and then he lurked inside, and then he wrote a whole book on how you should make your own bed. You know, clean up your own room before you go out into the world. And basically, he's telling men that they need to work on themselves first, you know, before they go seeking women and all that other stuff.
Is he the one that's going on to these red pill channels and talking? Because I think I think I've heard him before. Yeah, he's good. He's very articulate. And he used to be part of the red pill community. And then he came out of it. And now he's like challenging them with, you know, less red pilly shit. Sorry, I swear. But you know what I mean? The anti-red pill, right? No, I thought when I heard the name, I was like, I don't know if you're talking about the same person. But when you started speaking about him, yeah, totally. He's reasonable. But he's not red pill.
Yes, he is. He used to be red pill.
He used to be, but he's not now. That's the point. That's the point.
That's my example. You gotta leave
Okay.
Let them be let them climb their own selves out. When they see their life going to shit 10 years later, still talking about the same shit, ain't married, and still ain't got no kids. Nobody wanna listen to you and your shit. For real. You done segregated yourself to this room. Nobody want to talk to you because all you talk about is negativity. Then they'll turn around and they'll ask why their life is like this. That's the only way. Some people gotta go down to the bare bottom. Some people gotta go broke. They gotta be dragging on the floor, and then
they're ruining. You go ahead.
They change their life.
Yeah, they're ruining lives though. They're literally ruining lives.
Yeah, make sure you don't associate with them. So don't be affiliated with them. That's all I can say.
Yeah. It's a hard one. There are a lot of young, vulnerable men out there who could easily fall victim to that because their girlfriend cheated on them one time when they were 12. You know what I mean? Right. It's this is what I'm talking about. It's like, anyway. Yeah.
It's a lot of them, and they don't know how to treat women. So when they do get a woman, they lose her as fast as they got her, and then they
hopefully, or they abuse her for 7 years, and then she, you know, goes to a shelter somewhere. You know, it's like
that happens too.
Hopefully, she leaves, but you know, that's best case scenario.
I'm not gonna front. Those men and low self-esteem women, that's who they attract. The women.
I don't think they necessarily. The problem with the red pill, because you could say that, but then you have your Andrew Tates that come bearing gifts. So they're not all like.
Yeah, but he attracts shallow women who want money.
Does he? Because
yes, because he what is
no.
he doing? He's flossing. He's showing them they got the car, they got this, they got that. Because if you listen to him speak, any right woman in their mind would run.
Yeah, not really. Not really. I actually did a video. You'd run, but maybe you wouldn't run. Because the way that he presents it is though it's kind of like it's not personal. It's not. He kind of like drops little droplets of poison here and there.
Exactly.
And he does it in a very charming way. So, like I said, he comes bearing gifts. So would you really run? I mean, I've seen him talk to people and have women who have money, you know, especially within the Muslim Arab community, who swoon around him.
Yes.
You know, so I don't think it's necessarily about I don't think it's necessarily about the money.
Money, he's famous, so-called famous. He has like all of these things, like, you know, like people are gravitating towards him because he's like a public figure. It's almost like R. Kelly in a sense.
Right.
It's like the same thing. But any right woman in her mind who loves herself and wants the best for herself, she's not gonna get sucked into all of that.
I saw an interview with R. Kelly years ago before all the scandal broke out about him. And it's the first time I actually sat down and listened to him in an interview. And I was literally like, what is wrong with this dude? Like, what's happening? Like the way he was having a go at the woman was just ridiculous. And that was the first time I thought, there's something up with you. And then the scandal came out and I was like, okay, fair enough. That's basically what's up with you. But other than that, you didn't really hear much about, I didn't hear much about R. Kelly in regards to his views of women personally. Did you get that with R. Kelly? Because I didn't until I saw him in the interview. And then I was like, what's up with that? And that was just one interview.
I don't know. The only thing I got from him, R. Kelly, was that I never seen R. Kelly with a grown woman, like with some grown people and grown women around him. Like, I kind of noticed that. That was one of the red flags, was that. And then he never showcased his family, like a family man. And I don't know. All of that was just crazy. He was a walking red flag. And then he used to show up to the high schools after school.
Yeah, but I didn't actually know about any of that. I just literally saw the interview and was like, yeah, that's a walking red flag. Just the way that he was communicating with her. Particularly, he was kind of like criticizing her and like putting her down in really subtle ways. And I'm just like, she's interviewing you. What's happening? You know, and it was before the scandal came out. So he wasn't defending himself or being anything. She was literally just interviewing him. And that's when I was like, yeah, there's something up with you.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I'd not seen anything that showed me that he was, you know, against women, maybe abusive, maybe any of that. Okay, the, you know, young teenage girlfriend, Aaliyah thing, you know.
Yeah, and then he had a tape. I think, remember he had that tape that was circling around? I think everybody was watching that tape with him and that 13-year-old girl. He was having sex.
Welcome to the stage, lady.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm confused. I thought we were talking about the manosphere. I don't.
Okay, sorry.
R. Kelly was in manosphere, but no. Getting back to Tate, he leads with his wallet. His major appeal is to young men, particularly young boys between the ages of 12 and 14, and they had to ban somewhere in Europe children from saying, "What color is your Bugatti?" Because that's what's attracting young children, young men, and young adults to him. It's all about the money. They would not be listening to him if he weren't promoting being wealthy. It's all about the money.
I think what you're saying is correct when it comes to men and boys and that. He's leading with money. But then he is also manipulating them in such a way, because he's not only leading with money, he's leading with, positive mindset thinking. And he's just dripping the anti-women thing in there along the way. Do you see what I mean? It's all about mindset and being your best self. And, so it's not just about the money. He's got that other angle that anybody who wants to be motivated, wants to be a better self could really fall into. And then they're kind of like, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. It depends on what you call positive mindset. I think that's the key. I think the positive mindset you can do it, you can work out, you can run, you can lift weights, do all
and he's
of
got
that
going on.
Excuse me. All of that is the goal of all of that is to obtain riches and women. That's the problem.
Okay.
Angeline, can you do me a small favor?
Yep.
Can you tell everyone a little bit about yourself and what you do? If you don't mind.
Yeah, okay. I'm a toxic relationship recovery coach. I help women get out of, break away from, recover, and live more empowered after a toxic relationship. I specialize in domestic violence and sexual assault and trauma. That's basically me in a nutshell. Anything else?
Online? Online?
I also have a YouTube channel. I've just recently changed the name. So what is that?
The LW Academy Recovery
Hub. The LW Academy Recovery Hub for Women. And I also have my own business, which is the Living Warrior Academy, basically helping women to get out of these toxic and abusive dynamics and also recover from the trauma, because that's something that isn't really spoken about as much. It's kind of like, leave that man, get away from him, and then go live your best life. And it's like, yeah, about the PTSD though, everyone, let's address that. So there's that added element to it. I educate people on toxic relationships, on the dynamics, on the after effects, the trauma, and how to basically overcome all of that. So that's me.
Perfect. I just wanted everybody to know, because what happened was last week we had a woman who had a similar accent as you, and she turned out to be a troll. So
yeah, no, I'm not a troll. Sorry, guys. I'm not a troll.
So yeah, I just want to let everybody know that she, I actually found her. She has some great content, so you should check her out for sure.
Yes, please come and check me out on my channel. I would really appreciate it. I'm just starting the channel now, so I've got a much bigger following on TikTok. I can't even remember the name of my TikTok channel now. Oh my gosh, my promotional skills have gone down the toilet. I think it's at Angelina Lewis. It's actually my name, which is great. Okay. So that's simple. So yeah, I've got a much bigger following on there. I'm just starting out again on YouTube to spread the message. Yeah, basically.
Sounds good. If you don't mind me asking, what country are you from?
I'm from England.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Just wanted to, because yeah, that's cool. I thought that was true. I thought that was the case. So are you there now, or are you here in the States?
No, I actually live in Mexico City now. I've moved. Yeah, I've lived in a load of places throughout my life, and I've settled here in Mexico City. So that's where I'm at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I left England years ago, years and years and years ago, and I don't plan on going back. But that's a whole nother story. Anyway, back to what we were talking about.
Okay, so
where are you from? Because I got confused, because someone said that you were from England, but you don't sound like you're from England.
Oh, who, me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not even. No, I'm not. I'm from the States.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah, I grew up in the Bay.
Okay.
Bay Area.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it.
Hey, you definitely earned it. You're helping out, a lot of women get through some hard times, and that's definitely needed in this space.
Absolutely. This is why I have such a thing about the manosphere, because they're not an island on their own. They have women who they're treating like scum around. There's all of that entangled in there. And now the followings are growing, which means the toxicity of men is growing, which means, we need more people like me out there to help the women get out of this shit. It's like, okay, it's not.
Well,
it's just
think
it's not
about
just
like
one
this. There's
level.
only like what 5% of African American therapists out there, or something like. I might be 5, 7, 6 or 7, or I don't know exactly, but
it's low.
It's very, very low. So
it's very, very low.
Yeah. So you're high value in this space.
Yeah, I'm actually a qualified therapist, but I work as a coach because I don't want to deal with the red tape of what I should and shouldn't say based on being a therapist. Because as soon as you say you're a therapist, you can't say that, you can't say this, you shouldn't say that. It's like, oh, mate. Everybody relax. Okay.
True.
So it's like, I've learned the skills. I know how to help people get from A to B. And, I'm not going to tiptoe around certain subjects. And what is it? I don't want to say pacify people, but what's the word? What is the word? When you just basically feed into the illusion that they have about certain things, especially when it comes to toxic and abusive dynamics. I'm not going to do that because it just takes a person longer to get to the other side when you're doing that.
Yeah, being an enabler.
There you go. Being an enabler to certain points of view. And it's like, oh, well, you shouldn't say this because, like you're not supposed to say that, you're not in love with the toxic and abusive person. Because, that clashes with what that person in the moment thinks. And it's like, but that person in the moment needs that reality check so they can get out of the situation. So saying, they're in love with them isn't helping the situation. Now, that's going to take them 6, 7 more months when you can just break it down and explain to them what a trauma bond is and why it feels like love but isn't. You know what I mean?
Right. Wait, can you do that for us? Can you break down what a trauma bond is? Because it seems like a lot of people make up their own definition for it.
Okay, so I'll go into it like this. A trauma bond is a deep emotional connection that you basically develop with someone who mistreats you. Right. And usually what happens in that dynamic is they're constantly mistreating you, but then throwing in, good times and this, that, and the other. And you form a bond with them where you're either looking for validation. It depends how they bond you. But basically, it's a deep emotional connection that you develop with someone. And it causes you to be loyal to them to a fault. It causes you to protect them even when they're harming you. It causes you to go back to them even when someone gives you an escape route. And it feels like you're in love with them because, you get these romanticized ideas of love on TV and it looks the same as that. So you think you're in love, but it's not love. This is not healthy love. It's just literally a bond formed through some sort of trauma, either them mistreating you. Sometimes you can develop a trauma bond by meeting someone whilst you're in a trauma. So the trauma doesn't have to be caused by them. Like if there's a death in the family of a mother or something, and then you meet someone in that time where you're grieving, you can create a trauma bond that way as well. So, yeah.
Well said. Well said.
So you basically just attach them.
I'm so glad you cleared that up because people have been labeling trauma bond in so many different ways,
Soul tie, I heard it, yeah. And this, that, and the third. I'm like, okay, a soul tie, is still a trauma bond. We're still talking about a trauma bond. Okay. Right. We're still talking about a trauma bond, but okay. You want to call it a soul tie, go for it.
True.
But yeah, so that's the sort of thing. And it's hard to unravel a trauma bond as well because of that. I mean, the simplest version is if they're just mistreating you. But if you have a history of people mistreating you, that's going to deepen the bond again. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So it gets quite complicated. You basically need therapy to to really release yourself from a trauma bond with someone. It isn't it's not just about just being away from them and, you know, all of that. A lot of people say that, like, just be away from them and everything will just be okay. It's not.
Got it. Welcome back,
and
Mike.
It won't be. Hi.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Creative, do you have any questions or words you would like to ask any of us?
I don't have any questions or words. The question I have for her, do you do most of your work online?
Yes, I do all my work online. I've just launched a program. My whole thing is about getting to help people who can't access services. That is my whole bet, you know, because a lot of people are falling through the cracks. When I ran my own practice in England, it was great helping the people that I could help that could afford it. But what about the other people who can't afford it, who are now, you know, alcoholics because they're trying to manage their PTSD symptoms? So yeah, everything I do is online now so that I can reach more people.
Okay. Do you have a lot of male clients?
No, I don't work with men at all. I only work with women.
Okay.
All right. If I think this is a perfect time to call it a day. This was an excellent live. I appreciate Angeline coming up. Please do check out her channel. It's the LW Academy Hub for Women. I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat. Hold on.
There it is. I got confused when I came in here earlier and I was on the screen. I was like, what's happening? I'm totally confused.
Oh, I'll be playing your videos. People be
Let's
seeing
talk
it.
about
Let me pause this right here. But yeah, I be putting them out there. So because no, you get what I like is with your videos is you get a lot of information in a short period of time, and a lot of people they don't really have the patience or time to wait through, like, let's say a 30 or 45-minute video, you know, at least initially. You know, later on somebody will say, okay, I got a little taste, I need more information now, and they'll watch the other ones. But you have a lot of good I call them quick hitters that go out there, they give the people the information, and they attract. I think that helps attract people to maybe give therapy a shot, because a lot of people they are not feeling the therapy, even though they may even know they need it, but they just don't want to do it. You know.
Why do you think that is?
The fear of, to me, I kind of like see it as the fear of knowing, of realizing that there is definitely something wrong, and that instead of ignoring the problem, because I think people, I don't know, I think people kind of like to go through life emotionally limping, rather than to have to realize how much work it will be to run, you know, to be able to go back to running. It takes a long time. I mean, it's not a couple months here and there. No, it's like you got to, of really to improve your life, you're looking at, geez, a couple years.
And it's
I was gonna say another reason why is because a lot of people, they don't want to, like DJ Torch said, come to terms or face it, or sometimes they're trying to forget about it, and then you go to therapy and it brings up all these emotions, like, and you're just like, then I thought I let that shit go, and now I gotta bring this all back up again.
Yes. You nailed it. Yes.
And also I think both of those are correct, but I also think that a lot of people don't actually realize that they need therapy. They don't even realize that they're limping.
Yeah. That's a very good point. A very good point. And the reason why is because other people around them don't let them know. They're going to
are also
enable that
limping.
Yeah. And they're limping too.
They're also limping most of the time.
Yeah. And so they end up everybody's limping together.
This is what I think a lot of it is. And then there's that other aspect of things where, you go to a therapist and they make you cry because they feel like this is good therapy, when in actual fact, you don't necessarily have to go to the depths of your trauma in order to fix the trauma. Right. So there are a lot of therapists who are not very good, quite frankly. Yeah. And I've been through it myself. I've done therapy and I've had to wade through a lot of therapists that are just rubbish, quite frankly. I'm just like, okay, you're gonna.
In my experience, I'd say 1 in 4 are good.
Exactly. You have to really dig to get to a good one. And I think that's part of the problem as well. Even the ones that go to therapy land on a bad therapist and then think, well, what's the point?
Right. After their first experience, it's like, okay, this ain't happening. I ain't trying this again.
Exactly. And a lot of the therapeutic techniques are old school. Like I specialize in trauma, and looking at it now from that point of view, when I go to a therapist, I'm like, okay, so what tools do you have in your arsenal? And they're telling me stuff that has no relation to trauma whatsoever. So I'm just like, why would I hire you? Like you can't help me with those tools, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that as well within the therapeutic area. There's a lot of mismatch. So I think there's a lot of problems basically within therapy, which doesn't help people to actually go to therapy.
All right. Prism, welcome to the stage.
Hey there.
Hey.
I'm a little irritated tonight.
Okay, what's up?
Well, first of all, DJ Torch, you're my brother, but I think if you were going to feature this lady, I think you should have told everybody that.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, because let me say this. This is not a therapeutic community. Okay, I understand that she's trying to come in and have some reason and to shed some light on some things that are going on within this space. And I understand that. However, when you have two people who are not African descendants of slaves coming in to our community, talking about the Black community in America, when they have not experienced the things that Black Americans in America have experienced, it's a little off-putting, if I'm going to say it very nicely. And that guy, Michael, coming in, he was a complete troll. He turned the whole situation. And then she jumps into the conversation. It's almost kind of like back and forth with them. And, I'm starting to have a little conversation in the back chat. And he was talking about, you need to deal with your anger. He said the same thing to Cyber Dreams. It's like that's been his kind of go-to to insult women in the chat, saying what we need to do as women. And then you want to talk about she's the voice of reason. How is she the voice of reason? Why? Because she's talking about her degree online, right? Her PhD or her PsyD or whichever one she has. MSW, I'm not sure which one it is.
Okay, so I think you made a valid point. Okay, go ahead, Torch, go.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think you made a valid point about, me talking about it from England, not experiencing the not having the Black American experience, because you are right in saying it's completely different. I mean, I was shocked when I started to learn about how Black people in America are treated. it literally shocked the hell out of me because it wasn't something that was in my sphere growing up or anything within the UK. So you're right on that. I absolutely accept that. That's not what I was trying to do with that. And in regards to the guy, I wasn't defending him. I was given the flip side of the situation because I couldn't understand why a lot of the time when we're arguing with someone, we go into their personal life rather than what they are telling you or speaking of. And I didn't know he was in the chat talking this, that, and the third. I was just going based on what he was saying on, on air, basically. And in that, I'm like, okay, so he's expressing this, but he doesn't have kids. Okay, he doesn't have kids, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have anything good, right, or anything valuable to add to the conversation. I think that's a huge jump. And I still believe that's a huge jump. Based on what he said, not based on how he was behaving in the chat. That's a completely different situation.
Right, but I'm not addressing that part of it. That part of it,
okay,
that's beyond me. But he came back in the chat after I came to the stage and started talking to you, and he wrote "laugh out loud." He's a troll, and so because of that, he's hijacked the whole communication. Which honestly, let me say this: I think that when it comes to the therapeutic community, there needs to be a individual, what's the way I want to say this, relationship with those people. And it's kind of like him coming into, it's like we get this all the time where we have these men that come into this space, which is kind of what the problem has been all along, that every time that Black women come together, it's always a man interjecting himself into a Black woman's conversation. And I'm kind of starting to get the feeling where everybody's coming from now, while we need to kind of start decentering men out of our conversations, period. Because of the fact that it's almost like we're talking about trauma and abuse and all these other things, but how do you know all these women in this space, this conversation, have had trauma and abuse? How do we know that? Are we talking about generalizations about what's been going on in the manosphere and the Black BWE, the women who are divested? Which space are you talking about?
Well, that was where we came in. It wasn't intentional for me to be a feature on the show. It was me commenting on the manosphere and how it impacts, women in general, because, there are toxic men and there's a growing field of toxic men. So that is going to impact women. And me knowing what I know and my background is why I shared, not to be a feature on the show. It was never intentional. That was not the point of the discussion.
Well, yeah, and let me interject it as well. I mean, there's only like 4 of us on stage, and so it's not like there's 8 people and she's the only one talking. There's just 3 or 4 of us on stage. So of course it's going to seem like she's featured, but I always feature her videos. I've been doing that for at least a month now. So
yeah, I really have paid attention to her videos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying I don't believe, I mean, it's not, you know how I usually roll Prism. If I feature somebody, purposely I put them in the credits. So I just thought it was good to get her input on the manosphere, and I thought it was a lot of things she said was spot on.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting her perspective on the manosphere. I just think that the way it came in, she was introduced to us along with that troll was a little off-putting to a lot of people.
I could understand.
I'm saying I'm not the only person saying this, Torch. Just like people were going back and forth, people were leaving the chat. That's why I was like, good night. Because it was almost like he started taking over because he came in with the manosphere perspective. He didn't come in with as a mediator. He came in with the manosphere perspectives.
But then I did pull him up on a few things when it came to the manosphere as well. Did you hear that?
No, I left.
Okay, so you probably should have hung on for a bit, because I was talking about how his solution wasn't really a solution when he wasn't acknowledging that the manosphere were the problem. Were you here for that? Because I did go into that.
No, I left because you guys were having a little tete-a-tete between each other about, you know, and your camaraderie about the way you were thinking about certain things. And I was like, yeah, good night, because I didn't know if you were a troll or not. I'm gonna be honest with you, because you could be. I don't know.
I'm when it comes to discussions, I try to be very neutral about what I am talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can see another side to the situation, I will communicate that side. And I came in intentionally to highlight to him that females weren't the problem in the manosphere situation. And I went into quite a bit of detail, wouldn't you say, Torch?
Yeah.
About that?
Pretty much. Yep.
You know, so I wasn't coming in as a troll. I was coming in to give the flip side of the situation and also address his very misguided solution to the problem, which is us getting in a room with crazy people. You know, and I was very vocal about that.
Very. Yep.
Yeah, but we're not going to get in a room with any of those men at any time.
Well, no, that was my
that's
point.
What she said. That's
that
what
was my point. And I was saying to come in with a solution that doesn't acknowledge the people who are actually the problem is not a solution at all.
Some women are very decentered, ma'am. And you know what that means, because you are therapeutic in that therapeutic community. We don't care. We're not having conversations with the men across the table, across the world, or what their thoughts or what needs to happen between men and women. Some of us don't care anymore, because we either married out, or we've never cared, or we're dealing with different sets of men from other races of men. So you have to understand the audience and read the room that the women that you're in, because to a lot of people coming on DJ Torch's panel, we're trauma bonding, which is, we already know that's not even what's going on here. And number two is everybody's angry and everybody's this and everybody's that. And it's like, that's the kind of space that we're in. It's a whole bunch of, this is who you are. This is who you are. This is what they need to do. This is what I think they need to do. It doesn't matter who the woman is, what her experience is, what her degree is in. It doesn't matter. It's always some sort of removal of that woman's character, her personhood, her humanity, or whatever. So my problem is that when you have people like trolls coming in and they try to segue into this whole thing of bashing us and come to the stage, and we're having a conversation with them going on in the chat, and they're continuing to build on this, and then all of a sudden you stepped in, it just kind of seemed like you were agreeing with him a lot. And it's kind of like, let me go ahead and make my exit, because I don't want to hear this.
Okay, well, you know, I have a YouTube channel for women, so I understand about trolls coming in. Believe me, I understand about trolls coming in. I understand about men coming in and interjecting themselves into the conversation and literally trying to slash the whole thing to pieces and throw it off track. I understand that. And what I was doing when I came in onto the live was I was using that situation, because what you can do is you can use a troll to reveal and talk about some very interesting and important topics. So just shutting them down all the time isn't necessarily the best approach.
Really?
So I understand that, yeah, because I have my own channel and this is how it works. You know, you let them run riot, not let them run riot, but you let them speak, and then you challenge what they're saying, and it brings on other conversations. It opens up the door for other conversations if the people are not too triggered. This is why I come in and I try to be
chamber.
Sorry?
Chamber, and she's a tyrant. You know, any kind of voice or point that she hasn't heard of, it doesn't come from her.
Who is that talking?
I'm talking
no
about
idea.
I'm not
Who is
sure.
that?
Is that
I'm talking about you specifically.
Hey, see, this is what I'm talking about, DJ Torch.
Nothing I said.
Every time we have a conversation,
it is what it is,
where
man.
men should be dissented.
Torch
We
would have
have
shut me
somebody
down
like this
way
guy
earlier.
in the back.
Wait.
Opinion. He shouldn't even be on the stage.
Torch, is that trolling? Really? We've spoken before.
It was kind of, you kind of interrupted what her in mid.
Me trolling? I'm in here talking about how we can fix the issues between black men and black women, and I'm trolling? Really?
Mike.
That's crazy.
Well, this is how she's perceiving it. This is how a lot of people in the chat are perceiving it. So Maybe your intention wasn't to troll, but that is how they are perceiving it. Like they perceive that is what they're seeing. So
look, Torch, like I understand, like you have a show to run and you don't want to alienate, your audience. But yeah, that's crazy to me, man. Because nothing. I didn't levy one critique of women specifically, not once. I'm just bringing out points about how we could solve the issues, and I mentioned Black fatherlessness before.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what was going on in the chat. I don't know what the conversation was. So,
ma'am, I was sitting there the whole time listening to him, and I wasn't saying anything in the chat. And I watched him say stuff to Cyber Dreams.
Well, why don't you respond to any one of my points?
See, Mike right there. Mike right there. She was still speaking. But you interrupted her. So I believe, that's not right. She waited for you to finish and everything.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. DJ Torch, I don't really have a desire to talk to him because he's a troll. And I'm not trying to be funny. She can have her perspective on trolls. My perspective on trolls in the YouTube space is to eliminate them. So that's my whole perspective, and that's part of the goal, is to eliminate their ability to continue to create havoc and commentary where people are trying to have an intelligent discourse about what's going on in relationships with women to women, men to women, in our space, which our space is Black women empowerment. Our space is not the manosphere. That's what we are. And if Torch is not Black women empowerment, then we need to exit.
True.
That's who we are. We're Black women empowerment. We're here to build Black women up. We're not here to build relationships with Black men. We're not coming across the table.
Fair enough. I get it. I thought this was.
I especially don't want to have a conversation with somebody who's not a Black American about it.
Okay.
So you can say I'm a tyrant. Sir, you can say whatever you want about me being a tyrant or anything. You wouldn't know any better. You wouldn't know the least about who I am and who I'm not. I don't really care. It's not going to change my money. It's not going to change who I am. I'm going to go to sleep tonight and have about 10 hours of sleep. I don't care. I'm not focused on you.
So are you saying that me being from the UK excludes me from Black empowerment?
Well, let me say it this way. Torch can run his page any way he wants to. That's up to him. I'm saying at the moment that you and that guy came on the stage, you came in at a time like last week or a couple weeks ago, there was another female that came in that was a English quote unquote troll. And this guy is a troll. I don't think he's here for any good reason. I really don't. I don't think he's here for any space at all to hold any type of accountability to Black women. I think he needs to take himself over to a space where he needs to be heard by those men. I don't think his space is over here. He came over here because he thinks we're a weak link. That's why he's here. And so anytime a woman like me comes up here and I say, hey, we're not doing this, we're a tyrant, or we're bossy, or we're angry, or we're this, or we're that. No, I'm just a straight shooter. That's who I am by nature. And I think you're here as a troll, and I think you tried to segue DJ Torch's conversation. And I think at the time that this lady came in to have some sort of wisdom or space to speak about the stuff that's trauma bonding or toxic about this space, I think you were segueing the conversation all the while on you. And I think you purposely did it. I don't care if you've been here 20 times, but I think you purposely do what you do.
What do you disagree with?
A lot of guys were here and they left as well.
What do you disagree with what I said?
Honestly, I don't think you need to be here.
So you're not going to address any of the points. You just think I should go away.
What are you talking about? Like, what can we do to make the Black community better?
Anything. I mean, you disagree with everything I said, so I just want you to
even a
Mike, let me ask you some questions. Where are you from?
I'd rather not say where I'm staying right now, but I'm in the States.
Okay. Are you from the States?
Born in the States, lived in East Africa, and I lived some other places as well. But I'm living in the States.
How much exposure in Africa? Years.
5 years. 5 years.
Okay. Early or late years?
Early years.
Okay. So, and I assume, are you black or not?
Of course I'm black.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah. But I'd like her, because I don't, look, man, and I think I mentioned when I was talking earlier, I said, hey, look, let me not hijack your show. And you just said, keep talking, but I'd like her to respond, and maybe I could learn something from this. But I'd like her to respond to what I said that was a troll, because I think everything I said was very reasonable. Now, if you disagree with what I said, make an argument.
Yeah, the problem is that you keep talking about a black community. There is no black community in America. There are black communities in parts of America because people have to live around each other. But we're not a black community. We're a culture. That's your number one problem. That's why I'm saying you don't understand where the perspective of what we're coming from. Number two, this is a black woman empowerment space. That means building up black women.
Did I tear down any black women?
Yeah,
and what did I say to do so? How did I tear down black women?
And tore down Cyber Dreams. You said the same thing to her, and you never even heard that lady speak. And you said to her, she needs to deal with her anger.
Did you read the things that she was saying?
He said that? Wait, he said that?
Yeah, he did. He did say that to Cyber Dream. He told her she needed to deal with her anger. And I didn't say anything. I just watched him keep saying stuff in the chat, and I didn't say anything.
Okay, this is ridiculous because
wait, Mike, did you say that to Cyber Dreams?
And that's all I said. That said, you just need to deal with your anger because you said some very negative things about me. But again, so your only issue with me is that I referred to black people as a community and not a culture.
What negative things did she say about you?
I'm leading a pointless life because I have no children, blah, 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 blah. Bro, I mean, we're not 10 years old. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
That's an opinion. I mean, a lot of people think, believe it or not.
Okay. And
people, I've heard that posed to me.
This is pointless.
You see where I'm coming from?
No, it's pointless because you don't have people. Anytime people don't agree with you, you have
No, actually, I'm willing to get into the weeds of the issue.
This is not the kumbaya circle. That's what you're not understanding. It's not a kumbaya circle.
Mm-hmm.
We're not coming across the table to talk to black men.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can take it any way you like it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Because everybody here is not going to. I'm not trying to be funny or anything.
Learn to listen to people that maybe have an opinion.
I've listened all night until I came up here. I listened to you guys for almost 2 hours.
Okay.
I listened to you all for almost 2 hours, and I think you're rude.
And it's not your platform. It's not your space to tell Torch what he should and shouldn't do with his.
Actually, that's not entirely true because really, like when I put DJ Torch and friends, I really mean that. It's really not.
I hear you, but
platform.
Torch, this is.
Wait,
I think.
Can I finish?
This is ridiculous.
Can I finish?
It really is. Yeah, go for it.
This is not my platform. This is our platform. It's ridiculous to even pose a thing that a dude is not, this is not my platform. I'm running it right now. Okay. I might be running it, but it really belongs to everyone else. That's why I don't ask for money. That's why I'm not looking for super chats. It's not about me. I do want this. I do want this to help everyone else but me. I'll be fine. So let me make this clear. If anyone wants to bring up any content, everyone is welcome. If you are part of this crew, you are welcome. Let me make that sure. This is not my channel. I just let it. All I want to do is start the live and let y'all rock, because you guys do, you all do an amazing job.
So
I
DJ,
participate a little bit here and there, and then it's everybody's channel.
So I appreciate the lady that came up, you know, because honestly,
Angelina.
Miss Angeline, so I really, when she came up, that kind of did, like, I was like, okay, she's a troll. Let me get on out of here. But
no, because we heard somebody with the English accent last week.
Right.
and-
Last week, like, I was like, I knew where that person came from. So Miss Angeline, I was a little on guard with that, because let me tell you something. We have a whole network of trolls that like to go around and spew. They're not just trying to give commentary. They're trying to create volatile situations where people are being threatened and stuff. So it has nothing to do with you personally, where they threaten the lives of somebody who was an autistic person who was here earlier, as a matter of fact. So anyway.
Yeah, I get it. I've had to deal. Honestly, I've been dealing with trolls all week. I
have where you and I are completely different in that respect. I have zero tolerance when it comes to people in this space breaking the guidelines and the policies of YouTube. Zero. And I do not tolerate it at all. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to acquiesce my behavior or my tenor or the way I deal publicly or professionally dealing with the issues that are going on in the Black YouTube space. I'm not going to do that. Because what it's doing is creating the ecosystem where these people feel like they have the right to harass, bully, terrorize, threaten, dogpile, dox, and whatever else they think they can think up in their little evil minds to do to people who are trying to control the outside world, of the people who are not in this space, who are being affected. So, and I know DJ Torch, so I apologize to Miss Angeline, because I really did have my guard about it, because these people in this space are just absolutely the worst, some of the worst people you'd ever want to even engage with in this space, the worst. And especially a lot of the African American men, like that Mike guy, they come in with this whole hypocrisy about what they're trying to do, but they won't go over to Obsidian. They won't go over to any of those guys, and to that time where those guys are on their line and say, hey, why don't we do this with he knows those Black men over there will sit there and give him the Roman jump kick and throw him out. He will never come back. He knows it. So he came into this situation basically to try to think that he was going to bully us into it. And we're not doing that. He needs to read the room. All of us are not the same. We're not mammying. We're not trying to say, oh yeah, what can we do to make the Black man happy? No, some of us are married to other men. Some of us have relationships with other men. Some of us are not even interested in men. And some of us just, you know something, we've discentered our lives so well, we don't really freaking care anymore. So he's not respectable at all. He's not. But what he said about Cyber Dreams, I watched him in that chat. He disrespected her. So she asked for the link. I'm going to let her talk. But DJ Torch, it just wasn't.
Please.
It wasn't.
No.
Torch.
No,
Hello,
no.
Chris.
By the way, no
Welcome.
apology necessary. You came in here and you talked your talk.
Well, I want to address
fine.
something he said. What he doesn't realize is that we listen very well in this space. He came in. Torch Live was to basically debunk the narrative of the hypocrisy of the manosphere. He came in, and the first thing he said was, "Oh, I'm not trying to take over your show," and that's exactly what he did. He said that we were talking about the hypocrisy of the manosphere, right? And this talk was to basically educate women to see these men before we get into these relationships. He goes on to tell us that we're not fixing the problem by talking negative. So he's passive aggressive. He sent out a couple of insults, which we knew they were coming. He also, what else did he do? He also told us to go over there, and we're not going.
So there was nothing I said that was disrespectful to this man. I don't know him. It was nothing personal. Creative came on and asked him a great question. So I just piggyback off of Creative. How is a 30-year-old man talking to us in this space and don't have children? And he want to talk about men and women relationships. I thought that was a great point. He said he assumed that I'm hurt and bitter, whatever. I have a man. I'm at the airport right now about to pick up my man. So that's all I have to say. He just a troll, and we're not going.
No, there's no reason. I mean, I can tell you from a man's point of view, who's experienced the manosphere from a neutral or more open, frame of thought. Those dudes over there, they just want control and access. That's basically it.
110%.
Yep. Control, access, and supply.
And we women over here, we're winning. We're not bitter. We're not sad. I'm very happy.
No, they want to see. There's a lot of people out there who want to paint this room as bitter women because it, number one, is derogatory and disrespectful, and secondly, they're the ones who are really bitter and torn themselves. But you know how the projection thing goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's passive aggressive, and we're not going. See, the issue with them is we're not engaging in circle talk. All he did was circle talk. He couldn't answer a question. He kept pausing. So I said, maybe somebody's giving him a cue card. So he kept pausing. He couldn't even answer the question. Like Torch asked him, who's the leader of the community? He couldn't answer that question. So we're not going, sir, Michael. So yeah, I be roasted in the chat. Everybody know I roast in the chat. I hear his family in the background. He say his nieces and nephews are his children. So he lives with his sister or his brother.
That's a good point.
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
I'm roasting.
DJ Torch, it was not meant to be disrespectful to anybody and stuff. I just have very low tolerance for a bunch of bull crap. And I'm just saying that in this space, it's a whole lot of it. And I think Black women are tired of this whole narrative that they're bitter, they're old, they're fat, and women are in their 30s. Some of these women are married. Some of these women are in relationships, like she just stated. And I'm of this thing. We are virtual strangers, literally virtual strangers to one another. You wouldn't know who I was even if I walked past you on the street. Like, what would you know about me? Nothing. Like, they act like in this space, like we owe them some sort of, oh, hi, how are you? My name is, like we have to, like, this place is nothing but a cesspool of vipers. That's what it's like coming into this space all the time. A room of vipers everywhere you go. You don't know which snake, which woman snake, which male snake is going to bite you.
Mm.
So
and also Creative asked him, so when are you going to get in a relationship? He doesn't know. So it's a grown man in his 30s who don't want to get in a relationship. So that just reminds me of that nurse who said about these hospice men who want a woman. What's the saying? They want a woman to nurse them.
Yeah, hospice wife.
Yeah, he want a hospice wife. He want to wait till he's 60. He want to play the field until he's out of the game and get a woman at 60. I said that also in the chat too.
Yep. But it was just mean, Torch. I mean, like, I know this lady has so many, I just know she has gold in her. And I just know that she has so many gems that she's able to offer. It's like Indiana Mom is one of those same people's Creative, a lady. All of these ladies to me in this chat, they are A-quality Black women. They have their stuff together. They're articulate. They're special. They're beautiful. They're eloquent. And I'm telling you, for us to even be able to come together in a space like this, and people keep demeaning us, saying that we're bitter, we're this, we're that, and we're trauma bonding and stuff. And these are Black women doing this. It just really makes you want to say, something, I'm just done with it. I'm done with these type of women. Then I have to realize these women are not really the women in my life. The women in my life outside this space are not talking to me like that. Those are the Black women around me that are pouring into me, that love me, that encourage me, that build me, that speak to me on a daily basis as the woman I am, not Prism, but the real name that I go by. So it's not any of those things. So I have to recognize that people's voices, that's all you are to me. You're a voice. That's it.
We're not going with the mammies either. Enough is enough. It's 4.6 out here, ladies. Enough is enough. We're not going with the mammies. We're not going with the Dusties. We're not going with the manosphere ideology. It's over with. And then he couldn't answer the question about, he said the gender war. He insinuated that Black women in this space right now are promoting the gender war when we didn't start the war.
No.
You want to know something? That's a good point you brought up, because I didn't, and I didn't catch that. Actually,
I did, which is why I challenged him on the point where he was saying we should go into rooms and have conversations, and I was like, have conversations with crazy people.
No.
How is that going to work? You know what I mean? You can't have a solution where you're not acknowledging where the problem's coming from. That's why I pulled him up on that, because I literally was just like, sorry,
the issue with us is we're coming with the truth. We're coming with the truth, and we're coming with receipts. That's their issue.
Well, at one point, there was someone in the chat that said said something about not being part of the community or what have you, and I know it was directed at me, but I really don't care, simply because my mother had a master's degree. By the time I was 4 years old, I was never part of any community. I didn't live in the hood. I lived in the suburbs. I went to private school. I was not part of that community. So for them to be like, well, you were born a Black girl, so you were part of the community. No, but I wasn't. I didn't have association with that community.
But guess what? Guess what? When you walk outside, you're still
Black.
be labeled as a Sukiana.
Right. But where we live, literally, I'm like the only Black person for we have to travel for like another hour to even get to a city where there might be other Black people.
And your perspective, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, but this is where I'm safe. I've been married 29 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We've been together for 34 years. We met freshman year of college in 1989. We married in 1994. We have 3 kids, all adults, all college educated. We have a granddaughter. We have properties all over the country. I don't deal with that, but I got to this mindset because of my mother and my grandmother. My grandmother was horribly abused by my grandfather in the 50s and 60s. And my sister and I did not know until we were adults. They hid it from us because my grandma and my mom were kind of mammies because they didn't want to ruin the relationship that we had with our grandfather and our dad. But they went through some really, really bad stuff with them. And as much as my grandfather and my dad treated me and my sister really, really, really well, they were horrible to my mother and my grandmother. And we did not know that until we were adults. Mm-hmm. And once we hit about 24, 25, and we started having those conversations with my mother and my grandmother, we were like, oh, so this is why when we were in middle school and especially high school, we were encouraged to like date guys that you like, date guys that have stuff in common with you, date guys that treat you really good. And we weren't told to just date a certain type simply because they look like us. But we didn't understand. We just thought that grandma and mom were really cool. And as an adult, we understand why they said that, because they did not want us going through what they went through. And me, my older sister, and 3 cousins, we all married out in the 90s, and we are all still with our first husbands. Our kids are grown. Some of us have grandbabies. Everything's perfect.
And I just want to interject something. Hey, Indiana Mom, we've been on several panels with one another, haven't we?
Yes, yes.
And she can tell you that on a lot of those different panels, that when you're in a certain room with a certain type of people, that she'll tell you that I'm not the same person, that I have to be structured here, that I am over there. Over there,
no,
it's like night and day, because
absolutely,
people create environments where women have to come into it, like Miss Angeline, and they have to kind of, put their guard up. And then there's other rooms that other Black women go into, and they don't have to have their guards up with those rooms, because those women are not there to tear each other down.
I'm not going to mention any channel names, but you will know what I mean, Prism. That on a different channel, everything is all, we are uplifted, we are loved, we are told how beautiful we are and how intelligent we are and how wonderful we are. And you come off and you're just so chill and mellow, and you giggle, and then I see you in other places and you have to kind of be a hard body because people are coming at you. And it took me a while for me to realize that it was the same Prism. It took me like 3-4 weeks. And then I was like, wait a minute, that's the same Prism. I'm like, whoa. Okay, I get it. I see how she has to switch it up. And why
and that's how it feels dealing with a lot of the Black men in this space.
Yes.
Because that's how they come at you all the time. Miss Angelina, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like when do we get to have our guard down in this space? Other than when we're in certain spaces where those people, either it's a woman or a man who have created the space for women to be able to talk and say, hey, I can let my guard down and blah, 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 blah. But even like with everything going around with DJ Torch, we have to even have our guard up over here. Whereas at first it was kind of like, okay, let's relax and now we can't even do that anymore. Because now it's kind of like they've attacked like beautiful women who've now walked away from this space because of the continuous attack. They'd rather have their peace rather than have to continue to deal with the contention of other people jumping into our conversations.
Right.
And I really feel like it's not fair because DJ Torch has given us a space where we can kind of come together and have these conversations with women leveled up like yourself, Princella, people like Ken Billions, and all these other people who really want to come into this space and have these type of conversations, but you can't even do it because the trolls, because somebody wants to combat you. They want to fight you about this and fight you about this, about that. Nobody has time for that. Like it's enough. It's enough.
And
DJ Torch,
go ahead, honey.
DJ Torch is willing to tell the truth about male's nature. And this is why I love DJ Torch.
And I've noticed, like I said, I'm kind of on the outside. I'm strictly here to advocate and support and just love on my young Black women, because I want them to have the happiness that me and my sister and my cousins have had for many, many years. I want to see that for all of you. And from the outside, I see it because I don't really
not to
deal
interrupt
with it myself. It's horrible. I don't deal with it myself, but I do see where in some environments, it's almost like these guys come in and they're like, they want to argue with the women. And it's almost like I see it's not so much for the sake of the argument, but it's almost to just hijack the conversation and get these women's attention and to suck their energy and to frustrate them and to trigger them.
Can I ask you?
They can kind of lose their mind a little bit, so they can go, "Oh, see, there's the angry Black woman."
Absolutely.
I totally ignore it. I just gloss over it because I'm just like, that doesn't even involve me. I don't care what they think about me because I know where I am. I'm in such a happy place, and I have been
Indiana.
for almost 30 years.
Indiana, can I ask you, can you give us an insight on marriage and how you stayed married, the hurdles and the obstacles you have to go through, the compromises? That would be great for this channel.
Absolutely, not a problem.
That'd be
And you know, I mean, my daughters, if you decide to do something like about interracial children, my son isn't really into social media. He's like his dad. They don't do that. But my daughters are on, and I mean, if you would like one of them to even speak, you know, they're both over 18, so they, you know, I could probably get the baby to do it because she's me. She's a mini me. She's a talker. It might be a little bit of a push to get the older daughter to do it, but yeah, I mean, my girls would come up and do that too. But yeah, you got me.
And also describe the man that you married. We need to understand different men. Describe this man that you married, and we want the whole, not in one show though, but just describe the man that you married, why you married him, and then give us your, you know, your quarterly reports. Like, oh, we was married for like first 5 years. Give us the first 5 years, and then give us the next 5 years, and then give us, you know,
the green flags.
Yeah.
The official green flags.
Okay,
because we need the information. You know, we need the information. We need to know how to, you know, pick the man and how to stay in the marriage. You know, the trenches. How to stay in the trenches.
Yeah.
Well, I will start with my mom and grandma, who were like the major influences in my life. Like I said, my mom had a master's in business and accounting. She worked really hard for it. Honestly, she was born 3 months premature in 1944, and the doctor said she would not live to be 2 weeks old. But my grandmother, my great aunt, and my great grandmother decided that was not going to happen.
Hey, Torch, I gave you a gem.
Huh?
I gave you a gem because listen to me. These men talk constantly about marriage. We need married people talking about their marriages.
That's perfect.
But it's funny because we just did a woman's chat, didn't we, Indiana Mom? We just did a woman's
Yes,
chat.
we did. It was
on
awesome.
another channel, and it was no arguing.
We had so much
We
fun.
had so much fun. We had like 200 women in the room.
Yes, and we
had
were all
so-
giggling.
It was amazing. And I was the moderator for the whole night.
Like my boyfriend now, he works a lot. And I had to check myself with my boyfriend now because I wanted attention, but he works a lot and all he want to do is work, sleep, and eat.
Sweetheart, let him work.
Yeah, I let him work. I'm here. Yeah.
Let him work.
You know, I'm in full agreement. Like I said, I'm just an email away from scheduling whatever you guys want up. Just let me know what it is. But I do have one demand for Cyber Dreams. I need you to do a live on Circle Talk.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. That would be awesome.
I'm gonna get my notes together. I got a lot of books I'm a reference from. I'm gonna get it together.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah,
and thank you, DJ Torch. You are an amazing man. My daughters listen to you. And my husband has started listening to you, and he doesn't get on social media at all.
Oh man, I feel like a rock star now. No.
And he's just like, this dude makes total sense. He's like, I like this guy.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know, right?
But I must say this though. I would like to do a live with also Angeline. Just so I'm making that announcement now if she's willing, because I think the psychology aspect is so important. And she has that training, she has that skill. And believe it or not, I've been looking for somebody to inject that into our chat as well. And I hope you guys will understand, because it's important to see a psychologist's take not only on relationships, but on looking at how these men in the manosphere, because think about it like this. Everybody says, well, it's just the manosphere, it's just the manosphere. Well, Kevin Samuels has what, 1 million people on his page, 1.5 million, right? And then another channel, there's a guy, what is his name? PMP, Poor Man's Podcast. He's got 1 million, right? Well, there's only 7 or 8 million black men in America, right?
Right.
So that's a big ass chunk. And that's just, if you see where I'm going with this, the manosphere is at least 5 million strong. I just named 2 guys and there's 2 million in there. I didn't even talk about Fresh and Funky or some of these guys like Angry Bird. If you were to add them all up, they come out to about 5 million
Angry
men.
Bird. Oh my God. My brain just backfired for a half a second. I'm like,
man, that's a great point, George. I didn't even think about that.
Oh, I'm okay.
And you don't really know if those are really subscribers either. You don't know how that 1 million was generated. We will never know how someone went to 1 million subs like that, because there's some artificial stuff going on behind the scenes on that as well. And it's going to unravel eventually. But I hope that she does come back, but I hope that Michael guy never comes back, because if he comes back, I'm gone for that night, because I don't want to hear anything he has to say. I'm not interested in anything he has to say. I think that the guys who come into the chat that do have something to say, they need to understand, hey, what this page is all about. DJ Torch, like I said, you can run it any way you want to, but I just think that what he did tonight, like insulting Cyber Dreams and stuff, enough was enough. Like even Indiana Mom, she never steps out of character on people, and she was like telling him to move on. So
right.
I just think,
I take responsibility for that, because
and I wasn't doing it for myself, because I can watch and listen and just ignore it, because I think their complaints are hilarious, because I have my big 6'5" lumberjack dude standing and looking over my shoulder and giggling in my ear. So, I mean, I don't care. And but I'm going to make comments, and I'm going to say, hey, just stop. No one wants to hear this from you. You're triggering the women. You're upsetting them. You're making them digress on.
We're not triggered. We just not going, Indiana. We're not going.
Well, I know some of them aren't triggered because they're a little bit more enlightened, but there are some that are triggered. There really are, and I have to stick up for them, especially when they're young, right. Because like my daughters have listened. One of my daughters was listening, the quiet, shy one, and it did trigger her, and she was just like, I can't. She was like, I can't do this, Mom. And I was like, okay, then go back to your room or whatever. My younger daughter is like me, and she just thought it was hilarious. She was just like making comments, and I'm like, I can't. Whew. She's like, put me on the live, Mom. And I'm like, no, I can't. Not with you. No, I can't. Because she's got a mouth worse than I do. And y'all haven't really seen Indiana Mom pissed off, because I don't let it happen. But there might come a day when that happens, and you will see me go off. And my daughter is way worse than I am. She doesn't take the time to sit back and go, you know what, this is kind of funny. She just like jumps the gun, and she's over it. So she was like, go on the live, Mom, I want to speak. And I'm like, no, not when he's on. We can't have this, because you will get this video like reported and everything. No, we're not doing this because I know my kid.
Yeah.
But you know, I
to
want
the
to advocate
therapist,
for the younger women.
To the therapist, I didn't really understand your interaction with creative at first. It came off as, condescending, but I understand now. You're welcome. We need you here, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I rubbed you guys up the wrong way. I'm very, very, what's the word? I can be taken either way or other, but yeah, I am definitely for women, 110%. My whole channel is for the protection and support of women. That is it.
What is the name of your channel?
And I do this,
again?
the LW Academy Recovery Hub. And I basically talk about toxic and abusive dynamics for women. And I get men in the comments all the time telling me, well, women do it too. This, that, and the third, it's constant. Because as soon as they see you drawing a line and creating a safe space for women, they try to ruin it.
Yes.
That is what they do. They come. So even creating a safe space, you got to be ready for the fight because they're coming. That is what they do. Because because if you back down and you say, oh, well, I don't like it, I'm just going to be off, I'm protecting my peace. Where is the safe space for women? If I back down and said, you know what, okay, men can be involved too, the whole thing's just, it's a mess. From that point onwards, because
there isn't any safe space for women.
Well, this is my
especially
point.
Black women. There never has been any safe space for Black women because the minute we have a safe space,
it's ruined.
The men invade it, and they take over. And it's, I remember. I was born in 1971. I remember the early 1970s, like going for ice cream, like with my dad, and he would take my sisters and I into the barbershop real quick, just to talk with the guys, not understanding that he was exposing us young girls at 4, 6, 8, and he was exposing us to this stuff. And I have very vivid memories of the radio playing in the background and all the men in the barbershop just cutting on Black women. I hate my wife. She doesn't do this. She's fat. She's ugly. Da da da. And it was constant. Constant. And it was like, by the time I was like 8, I was like, Black guys don't like us. None of them. Even the young ones. I remember being in elementary school and the little Black boys absolutely hated us. They would sit us next to like the pretty little blonde girl with the braces and the blue eyes. And then they would have the boys go, who's prettier? I remember that. So by the time I got to middle school, I was like, I'm not even dealing with them. I like Bradley over there. He's got red hair and green eyes, and he's nice to me. He paid for my milk money, and he carried my books to math class, and then he asked me for my phone number. Yeah, who am I going to go for? Are you kidding me?
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that divestment can also just be a practice of logic. It's like, who's being nice to me? I'm not just thinking of one person. I'm just not thinking in a small box. I'm thinking about what type of qualities am I looking for, and really should I look for, is skin color really one of those qualities, if you know what I mean? And I think that's what a lot that's missed, even though, at least some people say that I swirl, but I don't, but that's what they say. But that's a lot.
And on top of that, I have very vivid memories of middle school and high school, minding my own business and being followed and chased and
yeah, I've been there.
Accosted by grown Black men that, I mean, in my mind at 12, 13, I thought maybe they were teenagers, but as an adult, I know that these men were like 25 to 30 years old now. And I couldn't get away. I couldn't have any peace. I couldn't go to the mall. I couldn't go to the park. I couldn't go anywhere without them bugging me. And I mean, at one point at 14, I was followed and I had to run through our neighborhood and jump fences. I knew where the dogs lived. I knew which dogs were hostile and which dogs were good. And I was just jumping fences, freaking out, terrified, trying to get home.
That's an interesting story, but I have the flip, because of course I have the flip side of this.
The only men that have ever protected me when I've been in a position, any kind of position, like I've had a flat tire at Walmart. I've run out of gas, you know, at a restaurant or whatever. I've been in danger before with a fire, you know, and every time a guy steps up to help me and to save the day, it was never a Black man. Never.
Okay. I've had the incidents where I've been followed, but they were white men. So I don't think it,
And
I don't think it's strictly I don't think it's a strictly a race thing there. I think it depends on where the majority of your experience is.
Yes.
Because really, when I went to university, I think that's high school for you guys in America.
Okay.
When I went to university, I was surrounded by white people, and they were wholly and wholeheartedly racist.
Okay.
There was no way around it. You know, we got white people in cars calling me black bitch, following me here, there, and everywhere. So,
oh wow, that is never happened to me.
So all of that was going on, but these were white people. So I can't. So listening to your story, I'm like, But on the flip side of that, white people do that shit too.
Oh wow, that's
you know. So I'm like, okay, but no, I hear what you're saying, and it's still valid. But the flip side of that is that there are a whole lot of white people that do that shit too.
Oh my god.
You know, so I'm not here to defend black men. Please don't get me wrong.
No, not
I'm just
at all.
throwing in a different perspective because that's from my own personal experience. So I'm just like, okay. But that so white is not always right in that respect.
Oh no, not at all.
When it comes to that, because I have experienced direct racism from white men. In fact, only white men. I will go as far as to say only white men have been racist on those levels.
I think it was just where I grew up.
So so that's what I mean. I think it would depend where you grew up. I grew up both sides of the coin.
Right.
So I grew up, like my younger years, I was educated around black people. Then in my older years, I was, educated around majority white people. There's me and some other black person with the other side of town, that was about it, so, but I never experienced racism until I went onto the white side, you say.
Right. Okay.
And I'm a dark skin, so it's, even in that, it's like, I was like, wow, okay.
Wow.
Yeah. See, this is the racism they've been talking about, because when you're in your own community, it's not
experienced that. Even going to college and everything, I never experienced that. And oh my God, that's terrible. I feel so bad for you.
No, it's okay. It was just a shock. I literally was like, as soon as I came back from that experience, I was like, oh, you white people who are you, my friends right now, y'all need to just disappear. Because I need to resolve this situation in my mind so I can talk to you, because that's
exactly.
That's a lot.
Oh, wow.
So you go through it. It was a shock for me in that respect. I mean, I know there's colorism and all of that stuff, and I definitely experienced that growing up within my own community, within black people, for sure. And the older I got, the more prevalent that became. You know, like when you're younger, you don't really notice it, but when you're older and you've got your light skinned friends and they're saying certain derogatory things about the dark skinned girl, she looks like, you're like, wait, hold on. Okay. What you're saying here is totally out of order. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So you get,
yeah.
But the direct racism came from white people, for sure.
Right.
Again, that's not me defending. Please, guys, don't think I'm in here trying to defend black people or getting on some sort of. That's just my personal experience.
Not at all.
Can I just say I'm about to go, but this is my first time. I'm hearing Indiana mom come up on the panel. I've seen her. I've seen her in many channels. This is the first time I've actually heard her talk. So I'm in like awe. Like,
stop it.
She is. She's amazing. I love her.
Every now and then I go Valley Girl, and yeah, I'm an '80s teenager, so every now I say like a lot. I call everybody dude. I can't help it. You know, I say bonus and bogus and.
I feel you. Hey, my sister's my sister's from in the same kind of vibe, Indiana mom. So, welcome to the
When
club.
When are you gonna do your green flags thing? I'll come for that. I wanna see what the green flags from your perspective are.
Oh, and if anyone's familiar with the movie, it's from the 80s. It's called 16 Candles.
Yeah.
Watch that movie. Samantha,
is anyone familiar with 16 Candles? That's like one of the most iconic movies of
I know.
the 20th century.
That was my life, except nobody forgot my birthday. But yeah, I had the crush on the guy that didn't know I was alive, and I had a little nerdy dude chasing me, and yeah, that was my life. And the other one that was my life is the Breakfast Club. I wasn't the prom queen, but I was a cheerleader. And yeah, in high school, I dated the bad boy. He actually was like the local, how do I say it? He was the Happy Smoke dealer on Smoker's Bridge, and he was a high school dropout.
Where
and
did you live? Did you grow up in like Riverdale? Like,
kind of, and he had long hair and wore the leather jacket and the ripped jeans. And my mother hated him. My mother absolutely hated him, and we were together for most of high school. And he wanted to marry me so bad that in order to impress my mom, he chopped off all his hair, and 2 days later I broke up with him because I didn't like him anymore. I was 17.
No.
Stop. No. I was 17.
What?
Stop. I was about to go to college. Stop.
Okay.
Oh my
man.
How long were you guys? I mean, I know it was high school, but how long were you guys like?
Like 2.5 years, 3 years.
So, like, most of your adolescence?
Well, yeah, but
was it because he cut off his hair, or you just woke up? It just coincided with like, oh, hey, I don't like him.
No, it was because he lost the hair, and that was the pretty part of him.
Girl, I feel you.
You were with him. You were with him for 2 years. Wait, you were with him for 2 years. And wait, no. Wait.
What? I'm sorry.
You were with him for 2 years, and again, I can dig physical stuff is I'm sure, but like, I mean, 2 years, like even for like a teenager, so what? Would you meet him like sophomore year, junior year, whatever, and like
a person can look drastically different with no hair.
I can dig it, but like, did you? So you just didn't like him enough, I guess. Like in that 2 years, you didn't find any redeeming qualities where it was like, man, you cut off your hair. But you know what? I bangs with you.
I don't even remember because it was so long ago, dude. I'm 52 years old.
It's not that long ago, but
yeah, it kind of was.
You sound a lot younger than that.
Okay,
it's a few years ago, but. It's
a few years ago. He's so exaggerating.
No, but you remember enough You know, like even just those big details.
I think part of the reason that I was even with him in the first place was because my mother didn't like him.
Oh, you didn't really like him. Okay. That's
and because he didn't have a car, he didn't have a job. He lived with his mom.
Was he 16? Who cares?
No, he was like 18, 19.
Did he get good grades or anything?
He was a dropout. He wasn't in school.
So okay. Jesus Christ. So you were dating a Dusty.
Yeah.
Who seemed to want to be. It would appear he wanted to like reform himself in some way.
But he was pretty. He was part Native American, and he had like hair down to his butt.
Yeah, but so he cut his hair off, right? He went. He approached your mother. He approached your mother to. I don't know if it was ask for your hand or what it was, but
no, he
even
really
said
didn't.
that he wanted to marry
wanted
you.
her to like him.
He wanted him. So, like, I mean, again, I'm not saying. Get this. I'm not saying that Bull should have cut his hair. You know, just so that way his girlfriend's mom likes him. But like,
he should have at least.
I think some credit can be given.
He didn't even ask. He just showed up, and I opened the door, and he stood there, and I didn't even recognize him. I was just like,
I know it can make a big difference.
When he
spoke, and I realized who it was, I was like, "Oh my god, I don't like him anymore." No, I did not recognize him. He had hair down to his butt. It was all one night.
Okay, but again, when he explained like, oh, the reason I cut my hair is because, you know, I would like for your mother, I would like to curry favor with your mother.
Okay, but he didn't even explain it. He didn't explain it.
How do you know that information?
Because when I opened the door and he was there, and I was like standing there going, who? I don't even know who this guy was. I didn't recognize him. My mom was right behind me, and she recognized him, and she's like, oh, you cut your hair. It looks great. And my brain went, oh, it's over. Nope.
Wait, you broke up with him right then and there?
No, I didn't break up with him, but that's when I don't know what you want to call it.
Okay, but eventually you got the information that the reason that he cut when did you find out that the reason he cut his hair was to impress your mother or whatever?
That was about 4 months later, and I found that
you
out.
Had broke up with him.
No,
and then you found out.
No, well, kind of. Probably about a month after that, he did something really stupid with his friend. They were like at a grocery store or something, and they were opening car doors and just taking out change and stealing purses
or something.
Just stupid stuff. And they were caught on camera, and they were arrested, and they were over 18, so they were made an example of, I guess. And about 4 months after they went to jail, and I was done, because he was like writing me letters, but even though the letters came to the house, I never got them because my mom intercepted the letters, so I never knew he was writing to me. Because I was about to go off to college. And my mom was like, no, we are not derailing this for him. So I never got the letters. But I found out from his younger sister, who I was friends with, that the reason he chopped off all his hair and tried to clean up his image was to impress my mom because she didn't like him.
Okay, so I got a little more context.
Instead, he could have not done stupid stuff with his ignorant friend and gone to jail. Hello?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna highlight. I was like, okay, so I got a little more context. And you had mentioned before, like you had said, like, oh, quote, bad boy, but I was just thinking, like,
big time.
But like you literally meant like, oh no, he was like a bad guy. He's a criminal.
Oh, but in our little group, there was like 8 guys and like 4 or 5 girls, and we were constantly all together. And he was kind of like the leader of the pack, which kind of put me as like the alpha female, even though I was one of the younger girls. I was automatically like an alpha top female because of him. And
phrase doesn't.
They would do stupid stuff, but they would never tell us girls. So we were clueless. And when police showed up and would be like, oh, what happened this day? What happened that day? And they would question us girls. We were truly clueless. And we were like, what?
Oh,
because
okay.
they kept it from us. They protected us. They would go out and sell whatever they needed to sell because us girls wanted to go to a rock concert. So they would go out and they would make money and take us. I mean, they pampered us and kept us clueless.
What's your perspective on like that? Because like we kind of got a little far away. Like you
hang on one second. I want to say good night to everyone. Miss Angelina, I hope you come back, and hopefully that the borders will be secured from all attacks. So, because we're gonna make sure,
right?
So, but anyway, good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Talk
to you later, my friend.
Night.
Love you.
Good night.
Love you too.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. Prism, you have a good night. Everybody, also you got to help out Angeline because she's being hit by all sides over on her channel. When oh man, I mean those dudes.
I'm gonna go over and sub.
For real. Like,
wait, what's?
I'm talking like she, Angeline. Who was that guy?
Which one?
The actor. Who was that?
Oh, Johnny Depp. Oh yeah, I did a bit on him, and wow, the smoke. The smoke
in on her hard.
Wait,
it's okay though.
What
was
what's the Johnny Depp bit? What'd you do?
Yes.
Well, I basically did a video breaking down his toxic traits with examples and basically just laid out why the ways in which he shows to be toxic and abusive based on what I know about toxic and abusive behavior.
Okay.
And people were not having it.
like Johnny Depp. So was it? Because just from when you said it, I kind of like assumed like why there's outrage, but I don't want to assume. So like, was it Johnny Depp stans, or was it people who, I don't know, maybe like Manosphere guys, just to give
there was example. A lot of the Manosphere going on in that.
Was the thing was that, so okay, you know what, we're not gonna dance around or just straight up, anyone listening, if you pissed off about, and I didn't see the bit, honestly, I don't know, it could be corny. I mean, it may be maybe like I said, I don't know what points you made. Like I could probably disagree or agree with whatever, it doesn't matter. But like,
I'm pretty solid when it comes to that, but okay, go ahead.
So when it comes to the Johnny Depp thing and Amber Heard, again, everybody saw that trial. Yeah, Amber Heard is a piece of shit. However, Johnny Depp is no fucking angel, guys.
Right.
And again, if it was a contest, I think everyone obviously can see that Amber Heard has the gold. However, it does not mean that.
Go ahead.
It does not mean that, like, again, like you can't ignore like other stuff that came out. Like, I mean, like, get this, we know all their business. Everyone knows all their business.
I don't know if that's really true though. Quite honestly, I don't think everybody knows, because
I'm sure there's stuff that we don't know. You know,
a lot of stuff a lot of stuff that Angeline brought up, I've never seen before.
Exactly. And a lot of it was silence. And even the people that supported her, I'm not one of the people that supported her. I support the cause and toxic and abusive behavior. That's what I'm supporting. I'm not out here to be like, she's innocent. I'm just making comments based on what I see, crazy? Based on what I know, but based on what I've studied. Go ahead. What's crazy?
Just from when you said like, oh, I did a video about Johnny Depp and this and that. The first thought I had was, yo, that's like mad creative, because like I think it's easy to kind of like, everyone's done a video about Amber Heard, but like get this, in those same like breakdowns, I'm talking like the serious good ones where like they break down like how shitty she is. They do acknowledge like, oh, don't get me wrong, we're not saying Johnny Depp's like, you know, some, you know, Boy Scout over here. However, we're talking about Amber right now. When you were like, oh, Johnny, I was like, oh, that's like mad creative, because there's probably not that many stuff breaking down.
There's
like how
not.
he was a piece of shit. So
No.
just from just a content perspective, I'm like, that's interesting. And I like that you did add, because I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know where you stood. Just the idea alone, I was like, that's interesting. There's probably nothing like that, because I'm not. It'd be different if I was of the belief that Johnny Depp was like some angel.
A lot of people. But the thing is, it's incredible. Even with the video that I did, a lot of people are like, no, but Johnny would never. And I'm literally like, did you watch the video? Because I literally like, what's happening? I'm getting a hemorrhage in my brain. I don't understand how you're not getting it.
Like, those are just Johnny Depp stands. Like, they're like, they're like, you know, fans or whatever. But like other people, like, as far as, because first thing I thought of was the Manosphere guys, because I was actually thinking about this earlier, where I was like, yo, every story, I was like, yo, honestly, I was like women can't do, like, if you're, especially if you fit the criteria, like, oh my god, this Lizzo stuff, they're salivating. They love it. It's like, oh my god, like a moth to the flame, like a baby to the teat. It's like anytime someone does something. And the Amber Heard stuff, the reason why the Amber Heard stuff was juicy, but it was because even the women that hate the Manosphere guys were like, yo, fuck her. And they loved it.
But the thing is, you've got to understand that the media have definitely been spinning. They spin a lot of things, right? But in the Johnny Depp and Heard case, my God, that shit was illegal.
The media did what the media does and went wherever it seemed would favor them. That's what they did.
They went to the power. Johnny Depp is, and let me not get into that. let me not get into that. Reel it in, and reel it in. But my point is, people are literally, a lot of people were very blind. And the thing is, I've posted this video before on my other channel, which I took down, which I regret now. But anyway, point is, I posted it there, and so many people came forward. I was really surprised. So many people came forward backing Amber Heard that I had never seen before. I didn't even know there was a support. Yes.
Really?
So
again, like,
many
even with
people.
the Johnny stuff. And again, kids, I'm not defending Johnny Depp. So, and I haven't seen your video. So like, I'm not defending Johnny Depp. However, it makes a little more sense to me just when I hear, like, when I'm like, oh, of course, people are going to push back when they're mad at Johnny Depp. Amber Heard.
People were supporting her. And do you know what? People with PH, like, people, like, if you understand domestic abuse, it's clearer what's happening. Like, a lot of people who support Johnny Depp don't understand the complexities of domestic abuse, which is why they're like, oh, we heard a video of her saying she hit him, so she's the abuse. And I'm like, whoa. In what context? In what way? Let's just, you know what I mean? Like, people are not critically thinking from the standpoint of domestic abuse when they look at that case. They're looking at he said, she said. You got to look behind the veil in order to really get a real understanding of what's going on in that situation, right? And not a lot of people do that. But, you know, there are people who are way more educated than me that actually back Amber Heard as well, who know about domestic violence, who are like, nah, that Johnny guy's like a piece of shit. Right? But like, so but it was surprising to me when I posted it on that channel, how many people came forward. And my point here is that when the Johnny Depp trial was going on, those people were nowhere to be found. Then when I posted it maybe 6 months later, apparently all these voices came out. Where were they before?
Because before, people didn't know how the trial was going to turn out. And so they didn't want to be on the wrong side.
Before, they had the Johnny Depp team trolling the fuck out of everybody before, whilst the trial was going on, in order to control the image, in order to make people who were viewers from the outside believe that, oh, everybody's supporting Johnny, so something must be in it. It was all part of it. Like, if you understand the media from that point of view, shit, man, that shit was deep. I should do a video about that too. That shit was so freaking deep.
Can you drop the link to the video, like in the back chat?
I don't even know how to do that. I'll probably disconnect myself. Torch, can you do it, please?
Yeah, well, in fact, why don't we drop it to the front chat? You can put it in our main chat.
Okay, go ahead. I know.
Hold on one second.
But yeah, so like the way that the media spun that situation was illegal for a start. Like, so all of those voices were silenced during that time. You didn't hear anything. Even I thought I was going crazy because I literally was like, why is nobody seeing what I'm seeing right now? Why is nobody seeing what I'm seeing right now? I don't understand. And then when the trial hit and everything was done, suddenly all these people came out who could actually see what I was seeing. Why? Because they weren't being controlled the way that they were being controlled before. Huh. Anyway, that's the different. I don't. Yeah, it's deep. It's deep.
Like that, I'll watch it. Like I said, I don't. I'm not gonna sit here and fraud. Like, I fucking love Johnny Depp movies, dude. Like, like you know.
Yeah,
like,
but
like,
that's the thing.
I don't know the guy though. Like, and I don't.
But that's
like,
my thing. I don't understand why people
personally.
Exactly. I don't understand why people think I love the guy on TV, therefore I must love the person he is personally. The guy is best friends with a notorious serial rapist. You don't think that's funny?
Right.
Like what's happening here?
Who's his buddy? Who's his buddy?
Huh?
Who's his buddy?
Marilyn Manson. That's his best friend. He's a serial rapist.
Manson?
Yeah.
Is he? I don't.
He's never spent like not one day in court, funnily enough, which is what Amber was saying about the powers that be holding all the cards when it comes to.
Oh, what's her name? Oh, I like her stuff. Evan Rachel Wood, right? She was with him.
Yeah,
and then,
exactly.
Yeah.
She was one of them. One of many. The guy's never been to court. Why not? Could it be something to do with what Amber was saying in the op-ed that he sued her for? About the people in power controlling things and basically getting away with the shit? Because funnily enough, his best friend's a serial rapist and has never been charged.
I think it makes sense that if someone, and this is not a justification, but like what I'm saying is there is something to what you're saying about like we're talking Johnny Depp.
Exactly.
Johnny Depp, and get this, and Marilyn Manson. And for those kids, I know a lot of people, especially in certain communities, probably don't listen to Marilyn Manson, but like
me neither. But
he actually no. I've heard, like, I actually do like some of his songs. I've heard
people love him.
He is dope. I'm not gonna fraud. Like, it's weird. It's definitely a preferred taste, but he is by definition he's dope. So because of that, and like he's an icon, same with Johnny. So yeah,
exactly.
Pull. So and again,
exactly.
and I don't know these cats. I don't have any proof or anything. However, if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck, we can say that with like we have reasons to believe. So we'll say that we have reasons to believe that it looks like this, and it is very likely that if it looked like that people in their position would use the pull to do everything in order to look cool, and
there
because they line the pockets of other people, who like studio executives and record labels, and because
if he's found guilty, how many people lose money? How many movies is he in? If he's found guilty, no, the people that back him. If he's found guilty, look how much money they're losing as a result of that.
Right. Oh, Johnny Depp, definitely, not Marilyn Manson.
That's
Marilyn Manson,
not Marilyn Manson, but Johnny Depp.
The music is different, yeah.
They can't have that. Like even in the second video I did about Amber Heard and the way the trial went specifically, even in that, she literally says on there, there's an audio where he literally says he's going to destroy her. He will destroy her career. And the way that he said he was going to do it is exactly how he did it. There's audios with him talking. She's talking about how he used his team against her whilst they were still together, when she was protecting him. It's crazy. I'm just like,
yeah, you definitely got to check.
People, please, let's look at this rationally. I know you heard an audio. And the thing is, people don't listen to the audio correctly. Like a lot of people were saying to me, oh, but she admitted that she cut his finger off. I said, did she admit it? Did she admit it? And they're like, well, she said sorry. What does that mean? On the tape, I heard her say sorry. What was she talking about? Can you tell? Nobody can tell me, but they're putting the pieces together and saying that what she's saying means this. And it's like, well, that's not what's on the tape. You came to me and you said to me that you heard her admit on a tape. That's not what actually happened. You know, things like it's deep. The world of manipulation is very deep.
If you got a tape, let me hear the tape. You feel me? Like, I'm not like, yeah, that's that. I feel like that makes sense. And again, I'm not trying to say, like, just from my understanding, like, I saw a lot of clips from that trial. Like, I remember, like, what's crazy is, like, I remember hearing about, like, you know, their tea, and then it died down, and then, you know, because the court system, you know, that stuff takes a while. And then that shit was all over the place. And like, oh, the memes are glorious. Everywhere. God bless them. Like, seriously. Oh, the memes.
I know, but then that's all part of but that's all part of the train. That's all part of the influence. You understand what I'm saying? It was all in Johnny Depp's favor from the get-go.
I don't think Johnny will ever fully recover from this.
I think he's recovering just fine because people have amnesia.
He would have to do some really, and get this, I highly doubt that Johnny Depp is gonna be like working anytime soon, or anyone that does what he does. Because
you think? I see him
the
on
strike. Have you been looking at the tea in Hollywood? It's hilarious.
Oh, the
strike. You ain't
strike.
never seen nothing like this. Yeah, the writers started. This is probably going to be the longest writer strike in history, right?
Why?
Even
I don't understand why they're doing it.
Because of multiple reasons. I think the actors will eventually get what they want. However, production still can't resume it. When the writers stopped, like whenever there's a writer strike, no Hollywood production, TV shows, movies, late night, nothing can be made. Everything has to stop. Same thing with the actors. So now they're both, you know, striking. I think the actors will eventually probably maybe get some kind of negotiations. The writers, honestly, I'm usually with the writers. When I was a kid, that's what my dream was to like write for SNL. And I still write. I still write to this day. And yo, fuck them, seriously, because like.
But why are they? What are they striking for? I mean, I know that they're striking,
they're whiny, because money, and because they're afraid of AI. And get this, there's some reasonable arguments. However, the problem is there's the studios are being funny with the money because of streaming and stuff, and times are changing. That is number one. They are doing that. They are being funny with the bread, but also the studios kind of have a point because like things aren't like how they used to be. You back in the day, prime time, a season, a year of a show, like as far as like a batch, it was like 24, 27 episodes, and you're making them every other week. Like you're shooting every week, and then whatever you made 2 weeks ago is what airs that week, right? And you're writing and writing and writing and writing and writing and shooting and shooting and shooting and shooting. And on a show that big with that kind of order on prime time, right? You probably have like maybe 20, I would say 13 to 20 at max writers in the writer's room, right? Like all those credits you see like on a TV show, they're all writers. They just have different roles, like executive producer, but they're all writers. So that was back in the day. But again, that's a bigger order. And that's like when TV, now streaming is a thing. And we get a batch of episodes from a show every 2 years, and we're only getting like 8 or 10 at a time. Why do we need this many writers? And not only that, but the writers suck. Hollywood TV shows, everything sucks for multiple reasons.
I hear you.
Multiple reasons. Everything sucks. It's all trash.
Gone are the days of Shawshank Redemption and Usual Suspects.
It ranges from lack of creativity.
Y'all let Alex chat for a minute. Hey, Alex.
Hey everyone. How's it going? I want about the and I want to comment on the topic at hand. In my book, I think Black women should, should put themselves first. Because again, when you have the majority of black men saying these stuff about black women, the thing of, and why and my question is, why would the black men who like to talk bad about black women expect for black women to come back to the table after that? I mean, to me, it's like they're doing double talk over there. And also, I think that it's time for black women to explore their options as well. But I think black women need to heal, and when they get back in the dating world, expand your options. Do not just close it to one group of men, because as the scene right now, the trolls, and I get trolls on my channel now. They're starting to come to mine as well. But yeah, at the end of it, I think it's cool for black women to have spaces, so they can uplift each other and heal. And also ignore the trolls that comes to your channel, because they're just there to disrupt the conversation, and that's it. And I also want to say I agree with with one of the men when they say Hollywood is starting to be because, and I'm starting to see it too, because me and my dad last night, I think it was Wednesday night, we went to see the Haunted Mansion, and yeah, but it was a good movie, oh man, it's I think Hollywood has run out of ideas. I mean, I saw people going to see the a anime about basketball and the Barbie movie, but Hollywood is running out of ideas at this point in time. So,
well said.
Queen Mother Goddess.
Well, everybody, I think it's about time to call it a night. Anything last words anyone would like to say?
Indiana says she can't stand movies like Precious, Color Purple. I have an issue with movie. I hear what you're saying, Indiana. I have an issue with movies that represent Black people as slaves constantly. I find it annoying.
Color Purple's a pretty good movie, and so is Precious.
But they're
Tyler Perry movies are shit, but
no, it was a good movie, but I'm just so tired of seeing Black women portrayed as either the ghetto baby mama or an educated woman that is a lawyer, and her husband, who's a judge, cheats on her and berates her and abuses her.
Those are Tyler Perry movies,
and
but
picks
Color
another
Purple
woman,
and
and then she ends up with the guy that drives a cab. No, I'm over all that crap.
Yeah, those are shitty Tyler Perry movies because Tyler Perry is a hack artistically.
And the Tyler Perry movies that feature what's her name, Medea.
Okay,
no,
yeah, but those
I never liked
any
those.
person that's seriously talking about cinema doesn't like
horrible
talk about Tyler Perry. So like, I'm not even gonna like
horrible.
But then I feel the same way. I still feel the same way about the topic of slavery that is gone over and over, and I'm over it. It's like, what are you trying to? What are we trying to do with this now? Because at this point, it's getting suppressive. The way that I see it, I'm like, are you just trying to remind us that we were slaves every year? I mean, what's your point?
Wait a minute.
Because it sells.
But wait a minute. What do you mean we? We weren't slaves. I was never a slave.
No, I mean
I went to private school. I had a
absolutely
life.
That is my point.
I went to university because of my mother, and the way she raised us.
No, didn't you know you've adopted trauma? No. That see, you're wrong. You've adopted trauma. Slavery has impacted you in ways that you don't even understand. Clearly, you've internalized racism. And you hate your people, and you're trying to downgrade slavery.
Yeah,
I'm not serious.
I've had this issue.
You did that.
No, but the point is, he's serious because I've had this issue ever since I was younger. Even when I was younger, I used to think, how many movies about the Holocaust do we see? But yeah, here we are with another movie about slavery. Again, people are apparently also sorry about it, yet we keep being reminded.
Wait, there's another movie about slavery coming out?
No, I don't know if there is one now, but my point is, at the time, that was my whole point about it. It was like over and over and over again, right?
The only movie I ever watched about slavery was like the Roots movie. And I know it was in the 70s. I think my mom and grandma were probably watching it, and my sister and I kind of watched it because we were like in the same room kind of thing. But I don't really remember anything about it. But I mean, if you were to show me like the still shots from the movie, I would recognize the still shot, but I don't really remember the movie
show.
Because I never paid attention to it because I was so young that I didn't care. And I was trying to get to the roller rink. I was like, Mom, skating.
You should go back and watch it again. I like it. I every once in a while, I'll just watch like the whole series.
But then I heard someone say
product of its time.
Online, I heard someone say something about the movie was supposedly made to keep Black people in line.
Of course,
it wasn't as bad as it
honestly.
was.
I never looked at it like that.
Whatever.
I always looked at it like what it is. It's a TV show. Like even when people are like, "Oh, it's based off of Alex Haley," I heard Alex Haley was full of shit. I don't care. I think it's a cool story. Again, I look at it from it's made in the 70s, so to look at it from the time, but like all-star cast, it's like 7-8 hours of like a pretty cohesive, well put together story. You get attached to the characters. There's funny moments, there's heartbreaking moments. Yeah, it's just a good show. Like that's how I'm looking at it. Like again, the slavery shit is like annoying, but like
now,
but why did
that's a good show. I would go back and check it out.
Okay, I do know that I did watch the movie Color Purple with my kids.
Well, that's not about
and
that's
no, it isn't. But the movie Color Purple, I have stories that my grandmother and my great grandmother shared with me that kind of match that movie about how the young Black girls were treated.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other movie, Precious, I've seen it for myself.
That's why those movies are so impactful. It's relatable. You can, you relate to the characters, or like even anything like even the things that are like, like upsetting in history. They make for great stories, and that's why, like, and especially when you have execution, like Precious is a really well executed movie. The performances really drive it. However, again, as far as like just visual and sound and things like that, execution, great movie. And then Spielberg, Color Purple, we already know he knows what he's doing. Well, and the movie speaks for itself.
When I think about Precious, I think about my friend Jennifer. We lived about 4 doors away from each other, and she was like 2 years younger than me, and she and I were really, really close. We were like best friends, and she came to me one day. I was about 16. She was like 14, and she said, I have this boyfriend and I have feelings, and she paid attention in health class, and she said, I think I need to get on birth control. And I was like, oh, okay. So have your mom take you to the doctor, because I was 16, and when I was like 14 or 15, my mom took me to the OBGYN, and she had a full exam, and she put me on birth control pills and everything, because my mom understood that even though she wanted to have influence over me, that there might be a time and a place that she couldn't control anything, and she wanted me to be protected. So my mom did that for me.
That sounds like just her controlling you. Not to, I don't know if that's like sensitive. I'm just from what you said.
Yeah, but so I told my friend, I'm like, okay, well, let's go to Planned Parenthood. Well, we went there. I drove her there, and they wouldn't do it without a parental signature.
As they shouldn't.
So, right. But my friend Jennifer knew that her mother would not sign for her. And my friend, it was like, I knew she was going to take that step with this boy, and she needed to be protected. Yes. And so I had a talk with my grandma, and my grandmother went to Planned Parenthood with us, and my grandmother literally lied and said, yes, I'm her mother, and she signed so that my
drawing.
But my friend got the birth control pills that she needed. Okay.
That's drawing. No.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
No, listen.
There's no you're
so,
that's wrong.
No,
it's wrong.
Wait a minute. But she got her pills.
So
because she's the one that wanted them, because she knew but she knew that she was going to have sex with this young boy. She already knew that. She already decided that, and she needed that protection.
And my give her a medal, like that's not. It's wrong. I hear your point. I definitely I sympathize, and I get like what you're saying, but like that's I'm sorry.
Okay, well,
it's wrong.
Okay, well, let me finish.
There's you've given enough information. Like it's wrong there. There's no way.
Finish.
Let me finish.
Let her finish.
Word.
Her mother found the pills, flushed them all down the toilet, and told her that she's not to have sex. And 2 months later, she was already pregnant.
Damn.
And a year after that, she was pregnant again with a different guy.
That's wild.
Okay, so she had 2 children out of wedlock with 2 different boys before she graduated from high school. But me, I was on birth control.
Wait, so it's because birth control?
I did not
it's
have
not because of maybe personal
I
decisions.
didn't have my first kid until I was 27 and graduated from college and married.
Yeah, that's fine. You were responsible, but like, would you attribute that to birth control? Because we're like,
I would attribute
conceiving
that
children, like having
no.
sex with people, like that's how children are conceived. So
I
the problem
attribute-
isn't necessarily the birth control.
Dude, I attribute that to the people that supported me and wanted what was best for me. And her mother didn't support her. Her mother found her birth control pills and flushed them down the toilet and forbid her to have sex, knowing
Her
that
mother
that
is drawing too.
her.
Her mother did not execute or go about the situation in a way that, I mean, I guess at least in my opinion, again, yeah, like I'm not saying
So
that's
that's
cool
the
either,
difference.
but I don't know
That's
if
the
I would
difference.
say, get this, just because her mom did something wrong and that's drawing and like, you know, the way her mom was looking at it, like, because clearly there was no communication between the two of them in any way, shape, or form.
Regardless.
And
Dude,
but that doesn't take
regardless.
away your
Dude,
friend's
stop.
personal
Regardless.
responsibility, and like I
Regardless.
understand, but there are
Stop.
other ways.
No, stop.
Stop.
Her mother
What?
is the reason that she had 2 kids in high school.
Her mother is not the
Because her
reason
mother-
that she had 2
her
kids in high
mother-
school.
Wait.
Her mother is not the reason she had 2 kids in high school.
Whoa.
Bro.
Her mother decided that she was going to take away her birth control and her protection and just demand that she not have sex. And that is
Which is unreasonable
viable.
of her mother. It's unreasonable of her mother to make that kind of statement. Which again, I'm sure everyone here can agree, like, or anyone listening, you know, it's yeah, that is a ridiculous request. Anyone with children already knows, like, come on. And not only that, you don't even have to have kids. We've all been there. You know, it's like, what are you doing? Like, you kind of nailing jelly to a wall here.
Okay,
her
but
mom
dude-
did not go about it correctly at all.
Okay, but dude, what you're not understanding is it is so much harder on young girls than it is on the boys.
I
Okay?
don't
Because
understand
my little
how it
sister-
is for young girls.
My
but
little
I'm
sister-
sure that it comes with its difficulties.
My little sister, when I was 19 years old, my little sister had a little boy. And my little sister, to this day, is still mentally handicapped. She is 42 years old. And mentally, she's stuck at about 12.
That's unfortunate.
She was abused by a bus driver and got pregnant at 12 and gave birth at 13. And when I came home from college at 19, that baby was my responsibility. For the first year of his life, he thought I was his mother. Every time she came home from school, she would see me feeding him, changing his diaper, and say, "Oh, what a cute baby. What's his name? Are you his mom?" And I would have to explain to her that this is your baby. His name is Michael. This is your baby.
I'm sorry. I'm a little lost as far as, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is a very interesting story. But
Because
what does that have?
simply my little sister was 12 years old and taken advantage of by a grown man.
Well, that's different from your friend's situation.
Oh, no.
It's a completely different thing.
Okay, you guys. Sorry to cut this short, but I'm running a little bit over time.
Okay.
But we've been doing last words for the last 30 minutes. But
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, it was good talk.
Yeah,
I'm just tired. I'm just tired of black women being taken advantage of by black men in general. I'm
Wait,
over
that's
it.
what we were talking about? Oh,
I'm over it.
I'm really lost.
I'm over it. All of them. All of them.
Yeah. All of them. Me and you, DJ, all of us.
Yes.
It's every single one of us. We're
not DJ, because he's showing
he's a black man.
He's in support of black women.
He's a black man.
DJ is obsolete.
I don't think being in support of black women and doing terrible things to people who happen to be black women are two different things. People who do terrible things to people are
dude.
suck.
It doesn't even matter anymore. We don't care. It doesn't
DJ,
matter anymore.
I think stands up for people that
it doesn't matter anymore.
Don't get a voice, if anything.
It doesn't matter anymore. We don't care. It doesn't matter anymore.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming through. Shout out to Miss RV in the chat, Bridget in the chat, Prism who is here, Hey Lady in the chat. Everybody, thank you. We will do this much again. Anybody have any ideas? You know my email. Hit me up. Here we go.
Straight up.
I love this dance routine. I've been working on it.
El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero.
My newbie.
Money work. Si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar.
My cream of pollution.
Un lugar para trabajar.
Hey, yoga.
Y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Money, money, pasa verdadero. Si tienes la verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. Yo vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work.
Hey.
El mundo quiere dinero.
You gotta come up more.
Get it, girl.
Look at it.
Money work. Se arregla con dinero.
Michael.
Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. Dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Yeah. Money work. Corazón. De corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. De corazón. De corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Money work. Se arregla con dinero.
Thank you, everybody.
Money work. Lunes.